Chapter 846. Yi Tianyun's two choices, not to mention them. Even he was deeply shocked. He couldn't help but feel that his great emperor was domineering enough. Thinking about their previous treatment, even if they compromised in the end, it was possible that their power would be taken away. Thinking about it, they felt very angry. They had clearly paid a huge price to establish the alliance, but now they were being reaped by others. How could they tolerate this? They all knew Yi Tianyun's personality. He was clear about rewards and punishments. Since these fellows had done such a thing, they had to pay the price. That was for sure. Only then would they be obedient. As for these white-eyed wolves, if they didn't swear to work hard, they would rather be killed. In the future, it might be a disaster. It was very likely that when the evil spirit race attacked, they might change sides. I am willing to swear a slave oath. Immediately, a great emperor expressed his stance. They didn't want to die. Who asked them to stand on the wrong side? This was the result of standing on the wrong side. I'm also willing to swear a slave oath. Me too. With one person standing up, there was immediately a second person who was willing to stand up. They could only bite the bullet and swear a slave oath, hoping that Yi Tianyun wouldn't make them do anything. However, if they did, it would be equivalent to becoming the empire's puppets. But there was no other way. They didn't want to die. When one by one they stood up to sign the slave oath, some people began to struggle and resist. I am not willing to swear a slave oath. I will definitely not become a slave. Even if I die, I am not willing to become a slave. If you really kill us, you will become a tyrant of the world. Bam! Before the great emperor could finish speaking, he turned into a pile of blood mist that scattered in the air. He died without even a trace of his body remaining. He didn't hold back at all and killed without any hesitation. Tyrant? This isn't a problem with tyrants at all. If you didn't provoke me and make me unhappy, do you think I would do this? I have allied with you with all sorts of resources. But now, all of you are going against me. Sparing your lives is already giving you face. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, If you really want to call me a tyrant, I have no objections. It's better than being called a cowardly great emperor. Yi Tianyun didn't care about his reputation at all, especially when he really listened to them. On the contrary, he was polite to them. That wasn't his style. This scared the other martial emperors who were a little reluctant. They quickly agreed and said they would swear a slave oath. Old ancestor Tianzhong said in a deep voice, I am also willing to make a slave oath. In the end, he still chose to lower his head. Lowering his head to an expert was not something to be laughed at. The difference between the two of them was too great. Choosing to lower his head was not laughable. No, I'm not interested in making you my slave. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. What? Old ancestor Tianzhong was dumbfounded. It wasn't easy for him to make the slave oath. This was a lifetime of humiliation. Didn't you hear me clearly? I'm not interested in making you a slave. This time you will die. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The other great emperors were dumbfounded. Yi Tianyun was a Saint King stage expert, and it was definitely worthwhile to make him a slave. Yi Tianyun's action is undoubtedly equivalent to being too arrogant, isn't it? I am a Saint King stage expert, and you still don't want to use me? Old ancestor Tianzhong couldn't believe his ears and wondered if he heard wrong. A Saint King stage expert? Yi Tianyun sneered and said, A Saint King stage expert is indeed good, but you just showed killing intent towards me. This alone is enough to make you not qualified to be my slave. I will never let go of those who show killing intent towards me. Now everyone understood what was going on. In the end, old ancestor Tianzhong was too greedy for power, and he even showed killing intent towards the heavenly cloud's great emperor. Old ancestor Tianzhong thought for a moment and said unwillingly, I have already made a slave oath. No matter what I do, I can't do anything to you, right? I dare say that in the mortal world, there are no more than one person who has a higher cultivation than me. Yi Tianyin said indifferently. It seems that you didn't hear what I just said. Yi Tianyin clapped his hands, and immediately 2 black dragons and a huge snow wolf king fell from the sky. As soon as they landed, a wave of air blew them away. Yi Tianyin's strength was at the 5th or 6th layer of Saint King stage, and he was much stronger than old ancestor Tianzhong. This time, everyone was shocked. All 3 of his pets were at the Saint King stage. Was there a mistake? You are not even as good as one of my pets. Keeping you here is a waste of food. Yi Tianyin gently waved his hand, and with a bang sound, old ancestor Tianzhong died in shock. Everyone gasped, and their eyes were extremely complicated. If they could, they wanted to slap themselves so hard that their faces were swollen. The Heavenly Clouds Empire's pets were stronger than old ancestor Tianzhong, and they still wanted to curry favor with old ancestor Tianzhong. Tell me, what did old ancestor Tianzhong promise you? Yi Tianyin looked at them and asked. He said that he will give us benefits, and he said that we will sit in a higher position. After he becomes the Alliance Master, he will share some of the Heavenly Clouds Empire's resources with us. After all, after he becomes the Alliance Master, the Heavenly Clouds Empire will be a member of the Alliance. After making the slave oath, they had to answer whatever Yi Tianyin asked. Very good. Not only is old ancestor Tianzhong courageous, but you are also courageous. Yi Tianyin sneered and said, I will give you a mission. Destroy the Tianzhong Empire. Yes, yes. They hurriedly got up and prepared to eradicate the Tianzhong Empire. It was not good for the Tianzhong Empire to be blinded by benefits. Looking at their backs, Yi Tianyin rubbed his head, and immediately Shiyun stroked his head with her small hand. The alliance has just been established, and there are still many people who want to take advantage of it. Yi Tianyin shook his head and said, Yes, we have thought about this problem before, so we called you here to discuss it. But who knew that they had already discussed it, and they wanted to use the alliance as an excuse to rob us of our resources? Shiyun said helplessly, It's a coincidence that you came back. Even if you didn't come back, we will still deal with this matter. Yi Tianyin hugged her in his arms and looked at her with a faint smile. How can I not know your ability? Who among the Iron Blood Palace Master wasn't afraid of you? Humph, aren't you afraid of me? Shiyun frowned and said, That's because you are my woman. Why would I be afraid of you? Chapter 847. After Yi Tianyin came back, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he spent some time with Shiyun, and at the same time he carefully learned about the situation here. He came back to see Shiyun, but he also came back to check the situation here. The mortal world was truly unified. Even if they formed an alliance before, the Heavenly Clouds Empire wasn't the leader, so it wasn't unified. Fortunately, the EXP was still calculated, otherwise he would have lost a lot. Under Shiyun's detailed introduction, the current situation didn't change much. After all, the alliance didn't take all the power for itself. It just let them join the alliance to fight against the evil spirit race together. The evil spirit race was mobilized to fight against the mortal world, but the alliance wasn't very united. Now that Yi Tianyin came back, he immediately united the alliance. One by one, they made a slave oath, and it was hard not to be united. As for the rest, there wasn't much to do. Everything was going according to the plan that had been set before. They just needed to form an alliance, and there was no need for a dictatorship. He did this to a large extent to fight against the evil spirit race, and he didn't think about anything else. It's almost time to go to the place over there to see how it is. Yi Tianyin flew to the White Lotus Mansion. He didn't use the teleportation divine stone. It was only used when necessary. With his current speed, he could reach there quickly, so there was no need to waste it. Soon, he arrived at the White Lotus Mansion. The White Lotus Mansion was now thriving, and it was all thanks to his care. Since he was the guardian of this place, he would certainly not treat them badly. All kinds of good resources would be given to the White Lotus Mansion. Tianyan glanced at them and didn't say hello. His figure flashed, and he disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared in the secret room. He directly teleported in, so he didn't need to dig a tunnel. Well, young man, you are here again. The heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet woke up, and when it saw Tianyan coming over, it looked at him up and down in surprise. I can't see your cultivation, is it? Yes, I broke through to the God King stage. Tianyan replied casually. What? The heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet was dumbfounded. It didn't expect Tianyan to successfully break through to the God King stage in such a short period of time. How long has it been? Originally, it should have been 100 years, but now it was only a little more than a year. How could it not be shocking? If this continued, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? It wouldn't be even more terrifying if it continued. Don't worry about it. I just want to feel this guy's strength and see what level he has reached. Tianyan came to the front of the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet and said with a smile on his face, Yes, no problem. I can send a wisp of your soul consciousness into it to check on him. However, you must be careful. If he backfires, it will affect you a little, the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet warned. Tianyan, he immediately time to time enter the stone. With time, and his soul, Tianyan time. In the next moment, his soul entered a special space inside. It was pitch black all around. Raising his head, he saw that there was a huge cage in front of him, and the person inside was the evil spirit race's ancestor. The 8 gigantic arms were all pinned to the hard wall. Each of his arms was nailed to the wall by a dozen or so huge nails. His legs and body were also nailed to the wall by countless nails. It made one's hair stand on end. Even this wasn't enough to kill him. It had to be said that this was a bit too terrifying. These nails were no ordinary nails. They were all low-grade god artifact nails. Every single one of them had been custom-made. They were all engraved with dense divine runes, and when so many nails were connected together, they formed an absolute suppression formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to suppress him with just the number of divine artifacts. Demon God Yulong, 8th level of the Divine King stage. He has super healing abilities. He belongs to the royal bloodline of the evil spirit race. Super strong healing ability, super strong soul strength, super strong physique. With its super healing ability, it was very difficult to kill. Even if his head was chopped off, he wouldn't die so easily. Only when his soul was destroyed, he would die completely. Weakness. Extreme Yang Flame can destroy his soul. Overall combat power is judged to be dangerous level, with a combat power of 100 billion, sealed state. Shocking. Even in the sealed state, he still maintained a combat power of 100 billion. If he was allowed to come out, one could imagine how terrifying he would be. Even with such a terrifying cultivation, he was still suppressed here. One couldn't help but admire the strength of the heaven creating Divine King and the others. They must have set up all kinds of traps. It was impossible to fight them head-on. They had to use all kinds of means to suppress him. If they wanted to kill him, it would be too difficult. The bloodline of the evil spirit race's royal bloodline had an immortal soul. Even the 3 god kings couldn't do anything to him. They could only choose to suppress him. Now that Tianyan's cultivation had broken through to the 1st level of the God King stage, he still felt a little pressure when facing the demon god Yulong. But overall it was still relatively ordinary, because his combat power was not strong for him. Once he broke through to that level, as long as it wasn't a heaven-defying existence, he would be fearless. His purpose in coming here was very simple. He wanted to test this guy's strength. If he felt that it was acceptable, he wanted to kill this guy now. Every day that this guy stayed was one more day of danger, so it would be best to kill him as soon as possible. Kid, it's you again. The demon god Yulong woke up and said in a hoarse voice. One could clearly hear the resentment in it. After being suppressed here for so long, anyone would be full of resentment. Yes, it's me. Onion walked over and stood in front of this sturdy cage. The pressure he felt was even greater. No wonder he had the royal bloodline. His terrifying strength was really amazing. His huge body was similar to the demon god Onion had seen before, maybe even bigger. Compared to those demon gods, this guy's whole body was darker, and the most important thing was that there was a huge black crystal on his forehead, which was definitely not an ordinary thing. Then go to hell. The demon god Yulong roared at Onion, and waves of air blasted out, trying to blast Onion's soul into ashes. Hurry up and leave. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet hurriedly asked Onion to take it back, in case he was seriously injured. Onion squinted his eyes and slightly adjusted the energy in his body. In an instant, the trace of his soul that entered the cage became stronger, emitting bursts of golden light. Boom! Chapter 848. The roar isn't bad, but it's still a bit lacking. Onion said as he tidied up his clothes. In fact, they weren't any different from before. He just wanted to show that the roar had no effect on him at all. However, if it was someone with a lower cultivation base, their soul would have been directly shattered by this roar. But because it was only a trace of a soul, even if it was shattered by the roar, it wouldn't be a big problem. But it would still take some time to recuperate. Demon god Yulong looked at the little human in front of him with a hint of shock in his eyes. He was trapped here, but the power of his roar was absolutely unbearable for an ordinary cultivator. If one wanted to resist it, they would need to be at least at the peak St. King stage. Otherwise, how could they resist his power? Even a peak St. King stage cultivator wouldn't be able to resist it so easily, which meant that the cultivation of the young man in front of him was at least at the God King stage. Such a young God King stage master caused his eyes to flash with desire, a desire to devour. If he could devour the life of a God King, it would definitely be of great help to him. Boy, did you come in here to kill me? Then hurry up and kill me. You have so many masters, but you can't even kill me. You can only trap me. What kind of skill is this? Give me a little more time. When I get out, I'll devour you all. Demon god Yulong looked at him and laughed, his eyes full of contempt. To put it bluntly, he looked down on him. Onion stood outside the cage and looked at him. He knew that the other party wanted to lure him in. Inside the cage, demon god Yulong could do a lot of things to him. If he could devour his soul, his strength would definitely increase, and he might even be able to escape from the suppression here. Onion had to admit that the suppression here was very perfect, whether it was the many nails, the huge cage, or the chains binding him. All of them were used to suppress him. However, even if there was a terrifying suppression, the roar just now still released a lot of power. If he went in, he would most likely die. Is that so? I'm really a little interested. Looks like you've been trapped in there for too long. Even your brain isn't working. Onion smiled. Then he disappeared from the spot and left the space. After Onion went out, he said to the heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet, "Let my body go in. I want to meet him." After he entered and observed carefully, he realized that everything was within his acceptable range. Therefore, he decided to enter and battle demon god Lanyu. Especially now that he was trapped inside, his strength was greatly suppressed. He was not worried that the other party would be able to suppress him. Moreover, he had a lot of trump cards. He could slip away with a single teleportation, so how could he catch him? The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet shook its head and refused. It's too dangerous. If we go in, I don't know what tricks he'll use. Onion was half his master, but he didn't want his master to enter dangerous areas. This was the difference between a phantom spirit and a tool spirit. The artifact spirit was intelligent and knew what to do. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forced my way in. Besides, aren't you here to suppress him? If anything goes wrong, just drag me out, said Onion. After a moment of silence, the heavenly rock, suppressing ancient tablet, nodded and said, "All right then, be careful. This guy is crafty and has countless abilities. It's possible for him to suddenly attack." Well, of course I know that. Tianyin nodded. Then the heavenly rock, suppressing ancient tablet, teleported him into the space. This time, he entered with his body. This meant that if he was attacked, it wouldn't be as simple as his soul being injured. His body would suffer as well. As soon as he entered, Demon God Long Yu's eyes lit up when he saw him. I thought you ran away. It turns out that you really have some guts to come in. Demon God Long Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. He was definitely overjoyed that the other party was willing to come in. Tianyin walked step by step to the outside of the cage and stood there looking at him. Then, he immediately stepped into the cage. Then, as if passing through a layer of ripples, he arrived inside the cage. After entering, he immediately felt a pressuring aura everywhere. Even if he was nailed to the wall, he wouldn't be able to escape. Demon God Long, you still didn't know his place. Terrifying power was released from his body. Looking at it from a close distance, he could see the dense nails nailed to his body. Due to his super healing ability, the wounds had long since stopped bleeding. The moment he entered, Demon God Long Yu's eyes flickered. The power in his body immediately erupted and enveloped the area. Not good. The heavenly rock, suppressing ancient tablet, immediately sensed that something was wrong. It immediately wanted to mobilize its power to move Tianyin out. However, Demon God Long Yu released circles of power from his body, enveloping Tianyin inside. Immediately, the heavenly rock, suppressing ancient tablet's power, couldn't seep in at all. Instead, it was blocked outside. This meant that Tianyin was locked inside and couldn't come out. A puny artifact spirit dares to be arrogant in front of me? It's not a puny artifact spirit that's suppressing me here, but these array nails. Do you think you can control this place with your power? You're too naive. Demon God Long Yu laughed. He looked down at Tianyin from the sky and said, I didn't expect that after waiting for so long, food finally came in. And it's perfect food. A young god king. TSK, TSK, after eating you. Breaking out of this place is just around the corner. He didn't expect that Demon God Long Yu could still burst out with such terrifying power after being nailed here. He could even block the power of the heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet. It seemed that after being trapped here all these years, not only did he not weaken, but he could also gradually become stronger. Is that so? Tianyin stood inside with a calm expression. He already knew that Demon God Long Yu would have some tricks up his sleeves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked him to come in. However, he came in because he was full of confidence in himself. After coming in and using the appraisal eye, he knew that he wasn't qualified to face Demon God Long Yu. Not bad, you're still quite calm? But I've seen too many people like you who pretend to be calm. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I'm trapped here? You're too naive. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen such a stupid person. Even the Heaven creating Divine King and the others can't deal with me. Do you think you can deal with me? You want to be a hero? This method is the stupidest I've ever seen. But because of your stupidity, you've given me hope of getting out in advance. I really have to thank you. I'll have a good taste of you later. Chapter 849. Demon God Long Yu could not move his limbs, but his mouth could release a terrifying suction force that enveloped Tianyin, trying to suck him into his mouth. The huge nails on Demon God Long Yu's body prevented him from grabbing Tianyin with his hands, so he could only use his terrifying suction force to suck Tianyin in. But this was still very powerful, not to mention a cultivator. Even a huge mountain would be sucked in. Tianyin immediately felt a suction force around him. But no matter how hard the suction force tried to pull him, he didn't move at all. He was as steady as a rock, standing on the ground without moving half a step. Is this all you've got? Tianyin looked at him disdainfully. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet, who had been paying attention to this, was shocked. Tianyin was completely fine, and he looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Demon God Long Yu was shocked. In order to suck Tianyin in, he had used all his strength. He thought that he could succeed in one fell swoop, but Tianyin was completely fine. This was obviously beyond his expectations. He thought that even a God King stage level 1 cultivator would not be able to withstand his terrifying suction force. Even if he was not sucked in, at least he would move a little. But Tianyin did not move an inch, and he just stood there like a rock. Little did he know that Tianyin had already used the heaven-trembling divine art and the terrifying gravitational force even Demon God Swote, who was at the God King stage level 2, was unable to move. Demon God Long Yu's cultivation was not weak, but it was impossible to suck him up with just the suction force. After a while, Demon God Long Yu stopped devouring, and his expression was frighteningly cold. No wonder you came in, so you're quite capable. If you have the ability, remove the nails on my body and fight me fair and square. Demon God Long Yu said solemnly, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Tianyin sneered. "You're an idiot, but don't think that others are idiots like you." An 8th level God King stage expert was schemed against by 3 weaker God Kings. Don't you think you're an idiot? What did you say? Devil God Long Yu was infuriated, and he waved his arms wildly, causing the wall to tremble. The huge nails on the wall moved slightly, and at the same time, the divine runes on the nails glowed with light, pinning him to the wall. What he hated the most was hearing people talk about him like that. His cultivation was supposed to be able to crush everything, but he had been ruthlessly schemed against. This was a great humiliation to him. Now that it was brought up by Tianyin, he was immediately enraged. In his rage, the huge nails on his swaying arms started to ooze blood. One could imagine how angry he was. "Didn't you hear me clearly? I said you're an idiot, a fool." Tianyin chuckled and leaped into the air, transforming into a gigantic mountain that crashed toward Demon God Long Yu. Boom! Demonic God Long Yu's body caved in from the impact. If not for the fact that the walls were tougher, the walls would have collapsed. Poochie! Demon God Long Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. That terrifying collision had caused him quite a bit of damage. However, after the collision, its huge body quickly began to heal. His super healing ability soon showed itself here. "Ha, it's useless. Hit me as you like. Smash me as you like. If you can kill me, then it's your win." Demon God Long Yu laughed loudly, his eyes filled with excitement. "You're really tough. However, I won't be in a rush to kill you. I'll slowly exhaust you to death. So much EXP, how can I waste it?" Tianyin looked at him up and down. His eyes revealed a somewhat sinister expression. "Experience points?" Demon God Long Yu was stunned. He did not know what Tianyin was talking about. Even the Heaven Rock suppressing ancient tablet did not know what Tianyin was talking about. Upgrade Heaven Devour Divine Art. Ding successfully deducted 5 million proficiency points. Upgraded Heaven Devour Divine Art to middle grade Heaven class martial art. Following that, he placed his hand on Demon God Long Yu's huge body. A terrifying suction force was immediately released from his hand, devouring the energy in Demon God Long Yu's body. He had not used this martial art for a long time. Previously, there were too many experts coming over, and he could not devour them one by one. This would waste too much time. Now that the Heaven Devour Divine art had appeared again, he had a lot of time now and had nothing else to do. The only problem now was Demon God Long Yu. As long as he killed Demon God Long Yu, there would not be any problems for the time being. All that was left was to exterminate all the evil spirit race in the 3 realms. Then, the root of the 3 realms disaster would be considered to be over. The final goal was to unify the 3 realms so that he could strengthen his cultivation and fight against the evil spirit race that was preparing to invade. Therefore, he had a lot of time to slowly absorb Demon God Long Yu and absorb all his energy. Tianyin did not believe that if he devoured his energy bit by bit, how could he resist? No matter what kind of life it was, if it did not have energy, it would not be able to do anything. This included the soul. Tianyin guessed that there was a lot of energy stored in demon god Long Yu's body, which allowed him to survive until now and quickly heal himself. As for what it was, he was still not sure. In any case, he could just use it as an upgrade to devour experience points. There was no hurry. 1,500,000 experience points, 1,800,000 experience points, 2 million experience points, 1,900,000 experience points. After the devouring Heaven Divine art was upgraded, its effect had greatly increased. Originally, he could only devour 70,000 to 80,000 experience points, but it was still good overall. Although it was only about 2 million experience points each time, it was still good overall, and he would soon accumulate to 100 million experience points. If he used crazy experience mode, it would definitely be an explosive amount of experience points. However, the absorption was still a bit too slow. This was the reason why he chose not to use it for the time being. It would take a lot of time to absorb the energy of a Saint King stage powerhouse. Therefore, without a lot of time, he really did not dare to absorb the energy of a divine King stage powerhouse. What's going on? Demon god Long Yu was shocked. He found that the energy in his body was being extracted crazily. He had always been the one devouring the energy of others, but now it was the other way around. Someone could devour his energy? Even the 3 divine kings couldn't extract his energy, but now a newcomer could do it, which made him feel incredulous. It's nothing. I'm just exhausting you bit by bit. Tianyin was calm and leisurely devoured the energy steadily. At the same time, he activated crazy experience mode. Obtained 64 million experience points, 63,200,000 experience points, 63,500,000 experience points. Under the effect of 32 times, his experience points suddenly skyrocketed. How could it be described with the word cool? If he continued like this, leveling up would not be a problem. Chapter 850. After stacking crazy experience mode, the experience gained made him feel extremely refreshed. If he had more experience cards, he could still use them, and the experience would be even more explosive. He had a high multiplier experience card now, and he wasn't in a hurry to use it. It would be a waste if Demon God Long Yue ran dry after absorbing for a while. The best use was undoubtedly when Demon God Long Yue was about to die. At that time, he could kill him at the same time, and the experience gained would be truly explosive. Get lost! Demon God Long Yue shook his body, trying to fling Tianyin away, but it was as if he was stuck to the surface, and there was no way to shake him off. He was forcefully fixed on the surface, and he was rapidly devouring the experience. How could Tianyin let go of so much experience? It was much better than killing those low-level cultivators, and he was continuously gaining experience. Hopefully, it would provide him with a new level of experience. No matter how hard Demon God Long Yue tried, he couldn't shake Tianyin off, and he was still stuck to the surface. Shortly after, the shield outside disappeared. Demon God Long Yue couldn't maintain it, and it was useless against Tianyin, so there was no need to maintain it. Didn't you want to devour me? Come and devour me now. Let's see who devours who. Tianyin sneered, and the suction force in his hand gradually increased. Unless this guy self-destructed, it was impossible to shake him off. Demon God Long Yue was infuriated, and he kept shaking his body, trying to shake Tianyin off, but he was unable to do so. If it were someone of other cultivation, he would have been thrown off. But how was Tianyin an ordinary person? The powerful suction force was enough to make him unable to be thrown off. Demon God Long Yue wanted to devour someone, but how could they devour someone like this? They would directly devour the person into their mouth, and not devour the energy bit by bit like this. It was simply too strange. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet couldn't help but shiver. Why did it feel like Tianyin was even more strange than Demon God Long Yue? However, he was more delighted than anything else. If this were to continue, he might really be able to kill demon god Longyu. If he could slay demonic god Longyu, he wouldn't have to suppress him anymore, and his mission would be considered complete. Then, something strange happened. Tianyan just stuck to him. Demon god Longyu kept shaking his body, but he was still unable to shake Tianyan off. Soon, demon god Longyu realized that he was unable to suppress Tianyan. Fear crept into his heart. If this continued, he would definitely be sucked dry. Human, I'm willing to trade other things for you, as long as you're willing to stop. Not only am I willing to leave the 3 realms, but I'm also willing to tell the ancestral land not to attack the 3 realms. In addition, I can give you many treasures in exchange for this reconciliation. In the end, demonic god Longyu decided to compromise. This was the first time he felt the fear of death, so he could only choose to compromise. I wonder if your brains have been kicked by a donkey. How could you tell such a lie? If I let you go, forget about the benefits. I suspect the 3 realms will die even faster. Tianyan sneered. If you want to say something, you have to make it more believable. For example, you have to swear to become my slave or something, and listen to my orders forever. That's something I can believe. The rest is **T. Demon god Longyu's face darkened. He did have the intention to lie, but who knew that his excuse would be seen through? It was fine if he said it to a 3-year-old, but who would believe him when he said it to Tianyan? Who could believe the words of a demon? Whoever believed him would die first. Forget about treasures. This guy would probably start a massacre the moment he was released. Then kill me if you can. If you kill me, the ancestral land will definitely sense my death, and they will speed up their attack on the 3 realms. If you choose to submit to me now, I can give you a place to stay. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. Demon god Longyu changed on a whim. Before, he was willing to compromise, but in the blink of an eye, he became a domineering demon god. This has always been their way of doing things. First, they used benefits to tempt them. Then, when the enticement failed, they started to threaten them, revealing their true intentions. All right. I've heard your words so much that I've grown calluses. You all speak the same way. Whether it's that guy in the ocean or demon god Suate or demon god Suga, they all speak the same way. Tianyan said indifferently, but they went down before you. Soon, you'll be following them. Suate and Suoga. Demon god Longyu raged. You killed my disciple. So it's your disciple. No wonder they came to find you. Tianyan smiled. But don't worry, you'll be joining them soon. Fiend god Longyu was enraged and said furiously, If you can kill me, then give it a try. Even the 3 god kings couldn't kill me. Even if you can devour energy, you still can't kill me. Is that so? Anyway, I'll give it a try. Tianyan didn't bother to pay attention to him and continued to concentrate on absorbing energy. Experience skyrocketed, basically 100 million superimposed. But the consumption of crazy point is a bit higher. This high level of crazy mode consumes a lot of crazy point. As high as 10,000 crazy point per minute, it's really high. After all, it's every minute, not every hour. But no matter how amazing it is, it's better than buying EXP card. 32 times crazy mode is equivalent to 32 times EXP card, which is sold for more than 1 million in the mall. Of course, if it's restored to the original price, it's only a few 100,000. In other words, it can only last for 30 to 40 minutes. Not even an hour, it's a big loss. Of course, 30 times EXP card is very expensive now, so it's worth it to use crazy mode. Demon god Longyu maintained this state and continued to let Tianyan devour energy. His face became gloomier and gloomier as if he was thinking about something. But even if he has a lot of plans, he can't use them now. His whole body is nailed to the wall. How can he make a move? If he could, he would have done it a long time ago, and he wouldn't be trapped here. Tianyan looked at Demon God Longyu and saw that Demon God Longyu didn't say anything, so he could continue devouring the energy. If he continues like this, leveling up won't be a problem. Chapter 851. Tianyan kept devouring without stopping, and soon he gained tens of billions of EXP. When he felt that the energy inside Demon God Long Yu's body began to weaken, he didn't hesitate to use the 150 times EXP card. After using it, his total EXP immediately increased to 182 times. But it's not over yet. He used the shop to clear all the EXP cards back to the original price, and then from 5 times all the way to 50 times. They are 5 times, 10 times, 30 times, and 50 times EXP card. Originally, he wanted to buy a higher multiplier, but the price is too high. Even if he cleared them, the price is still too high. His crazy point is now stretched, unless he sells divine tools like crazy. Otherwise, he really can't buy these high multiplier EXP cards. As for the discount card, there is no need to waste it for the time being. After buying 4 EXP cards, his total EXP stacked up to 277 times. Once again, the EXP stacked to an unprecedented height. This is a big fat sheep. He must kill Demon God Long Yu, so he must use all the EXP cards. Demon God Long Yu is an 8th level God King stage cultivator. The EXP is absolutely explosive. How can he waste this opportunity? Perhaps he can save it for when the evil spirit race invaders come. The effect will be even more amazing. He definitely understands this, but if a super expert, such as a peak God King stage cultivator comes, it will be even more terrifying. At that time, he won't even have the chance to kill the weak evil spirit race, let alone make a big profit. He always looks at the future. He only looks at the present. Boom! Under the effect of 277 times EXP, the EXP instantly exploded. 550 million EXP gained. 555 million EXP gained. 540 million EXP gained. Tianyan's EXP increased to 500 million in one breath. This is exactly the feeling he wanted to have. Under this crazy EXP, the EXP he gained quickly accumulated, much faster than before. In less than a short time, a pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for successfully breaking through to 2nd level God King stage. After absorbing for a long time, he had gained a lot of experience. Now, with explosive amount of experience, after absorbing for a while, he immediately leveled up. Sure enough, killing them after absorbing all their energy was the most effective. It was just that he didn't have enough time before, so he didn't get this benefit. Upgrade. Upgrade the heaven-devouring divine art for me. Tianyan did not forget to level up this god art. He had gained quite a bit of proficiency when he was absorbing. When he felt that it was about time, he immediately chose to level it up. Successfully deducted 3,700,000 proficiency points. Successfully upgraded the devouring heaven divine art to high-grade heaven rank martial art, maximum level. The heaven swallowing divine art had leveled up to a high-grade heaven rank martial art. Just like that, it was maxed out. Boom! 11. 1 billion EXP gained 11. 2 billion EXP gained 11. 1 billion EXP gained. The experience points skyrocketed once again, but this time it was not the stacking of experience cards. Instead, the extraction speed was increased by 20 times, so the effect was completely explosive. However, the result of this was that Demon God Long Yu's body began to shake violently. Starting from his feet, his body began to shrivel up rapidly. It was impossible for his body to maintain its original state when all the energy was rapidly extracted. This was the difference between an experience card and leveling up a martial art. No matter how many times the experience card was stacked, it would not affect the person absorbing it. After leveling up a martial art, the extraction speed increased, and the energy in the body of the person being absorbed would be drained very quickly. Not bad. Seems like I can use this move in the future. Finally, this move had achieved a pretty good effect. If the efficiency was the same as before, it would definitely not be worth using. The absorption speed was too slow, and it would take a long time to drain a cultivator dry. How could it be like this in a battle? It would be even better if he could continue leveling up, but it was a pity that it was already at the maximum level. However, if he had not subdued so many god generals, continuously leveling up and formed alliances, he would not have had so many proficiency points to continue leveling up. Under the frenzied absorption, Demon God Longyu's legs began to turn into powder, completely drained and turned into this state. Demon God Longyu still did not make a sound, but his eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. However, he could not kill Yi Tianyin, so he could only let it happen. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet watched from the side, and it was deeply shocked by this situation. What's going on? The effect is even stronger than before. He could sense that Yi Tianyun's absorption speed had suddenly increased by a lot, and it gave him a huge shock. As Yi Tianyin absorbed, Demon God Longyu's body began to crumble bit by bit. His body began to turn into powder, crumbling inch by inch. This was clearly a very terrifying thing. But Demon God Longyu did not show any expression. He continued to stare coldly at Yi Tianyin. Under the continuous absorption, Demon God Longyu's body quickly lost more than half. Even with his super healing power, he still could not recover. How could he recover when all his energy was drained? When he absorbed to his chest, Demon God Longyu's eyes flashed with a cold glint, thinking that Yi Tianyin would continue to absorb. However, Yi Tianyin was sent flying backward, and an evil spirit divine sword appeared in his hand. It's about time. I can send you to the heavens now. As soon as Yi Tianyin finished speaking, he raised the evil spirit divine sword and slashed it down at Demon God Longyu's head. He felt that it was about time. Because he did not know what Demon God Longyu was thinking, he only had a little time left, and he would be able to kill this guy. He immediately gathered his strength and slashed down. A huge sword light slashed down at Demon God Longyu's head. When the sword light slashed down, a light suddenly appeared above Demon God Longyu's head and devoured the sword light. After devouring the sword light, Demon God Longyu's body began to recover quickly. It was clear that he had devoured the sword light's energy and absorbed it. Ha ha ha, did you not eat? You want to kill me with just this bit of ability? Demon God Longyu laughed loudly. I thought you were strong. Even your old ancestor couldn't kill me, and you want to kill me? The attack was devoured. There really is something fishy in his head. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at Demon God Longyu's head. Soon, the appraisal light penetrated deep inside and found out what was going on. Chapter 852. High-quality divine artifact. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He did not expect a high-quality divine artifact. It was beyond his expectations. Because he did not use it before, the appraisal light did not detect it. Only after using it did he realize that he had a high-quality divine artifact protecting him. No wonder Longyu Demon God was so calm. Just a high-quality divine artifact was enough to calm him down. If he kept attacking without being able to injure him, it would constantly replenish his energy, which would instead help him cultivate. Looks like it's because of this thing that Heaven, creating Divine King, and the others are unable to kill him. Yi Tianyin immediately understood. Even if he kept devouring energy, with the protection of the high-quality divine artifact, it would be very difficult for him to invade the high-quality divine artifact. This guy's compromise was indeed an act. Even if his body was devoured, he was still fine. However, if he kept devouring, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. This was not a scene that Longyu Demon God wanted to see. What's wrong? Continue hacking. If you have the ability, continue hacking. Idiot trash. Longyu Demon God sneered. With your strength, you want to kill me? Where's that confidence from before? Show me what you've got. He began to mock Yi Tianyin and provoke him. In fact, he was provoking Yi Tianyin to continue attacking him. However, even if he kept hacking him, he would at most recover some energy and would not cause any harm to Yi Tianyin. Of course, after recovering his body, he would not be able to leave this suppression. His body was no longer on the huge nail, but it was more of his soul power that was nailed down. The huge array was pressing down on him. If he could escape with broken arms and legs, he would have abandoned his body and run away. This treasure can devour Master's attacks. Even if the 3 divine kings joined forces, they would still be devoured. The heavenly rock suppression tablet appeared beside Yi Tianyin and stared at the treasure cautiously. If you continue attacking, you will keep devouring energy to increase your strength. Therefore, Master can only seal him until your cultivation reaches a very high level before you can break through this treasure's protection. Long Yu demon god's true immortality was not because his healing ability was too strong, nor was it because his physique was too strong. It was because he had a high-grade divine artifact. This high-grade divine artifact was no ordinary high-grade divine artifact. Yi Tianyin could sense that its effect was stronger than that of the ancient underworld divine tower. Although they were all high-grade divine artifacts, there were differences in strength. It was obvious that the upper-grade divine equipment created by the evil spirit race would be even more powerful. This could be seen from the heaven-devouring divine treasure. A middle-grade divine artifact's effect was comparable to a high-grade divine artifact. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to forge it. It's fine. Let me see how strong an attack this thing can withstand, Yi Tianyin said calmly. The heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet wanted to say something, but when it saw Yi Tianyin's firm gaze, it obediently shut its mouth. Yi Tianyin tightly gripped evil spirit, divine sword, and flew in front of Long Yu demon god, looking straight into Long Yu demon god's mocking eyes. What's wrong? If you can't cut it, then scram. Long Yu demon god sneered, his tone full of disdain. Who said I can't cut it? Yi Tianyin waved evil spirit, divine sword, and mobilized the power in his body. The accessories on his body were released to their maximum power. The overbearing, desolate ancient set was stacked on top of them, and the evil dragon set on his body was released with extreme power. Then he aimed at Long Yu, demon god's head, and slashed down heavily. His current combat power was almost 200 billion. This was without using the crazy damage mode, so he slashed down heavily. Boom! The terrifying power smashed down heavily, and the heavenly soul divine artifact emitted a dazzling light, blocking this overbearing power. Boom, boom, boom! The astonishing power smashed Long Yu demon god's head heavily against the wall. The barrier was constantly releasing power to protect Long Yu demon god's head. At the same time, it was constantly absorbing the energy of the attack. The originally overbearing sword light quickly became thin, as if it would be drained at any time. After a while, the sword finished slashing, but Long Yu demon god's head was unscathed. He couldn't even cut through the barrier. Long Yu demon god looked at the barrier in front of him in shock. He felt that the barrier had almost been smashed apart. This power was too terrifying. He didn't expect Yi Tianyin to be able to burst out with such terrifying power. You think this kind of attack can break my defense? You are too naive. Is that all you have? Long Yu demon god sneered, but his heart was not as calm as he looked on the surface. He felt that if he continued to be strong, the barrier would not be able to withstand it and would definitely be smashed apart. At the same time, the violent attack from before was quickly swallowed by the barrier, turning into waves of energy that were provided to him, allowing him to speed up the healing of his body. If he really had such a treasure, as long as his soul was not destroyed, he would not die. Divine King stage experts were not weak. They would not die as easily as weak cultivators. As long as their soul was not destroyed, they would not die. When Yi Tianyin killed them before, he would slash them from head to toe, especially their heads, which would definitely be cut in half. This was the only way to completely kill them and destroy their souls. Oh, this defense effect is not bad, Yi Tianyin smiled. He just wanted to try it out a little, and he did not even use the crazy damage mode. He just used all of his equipment to attack, and found that it was indeed difficult to break through. Although he did not use the crazy damage mode, the burst of damage was definitely comparable to the 6th or 7th level Divine King stage. How could the effect be bad with such a terrifying equipment bonus? However, this damage was still not enough to break the barrier, and he still needed to increase his strength. Then what about this? Tianyin put the evil spirit divine sword horizontally, and at the same time equipped the 2 titles King of the Mortal World, and Reaper at the same time, instantly increasing his combat power by 12 times. Boom! In an instant, his power soared into the sky, and even the heavenly rock suppressing ancient monument trembled, and it was faintly unable to suppress this power. Tianyin's cultivation was at 2nd level Divine King stage, and his basic combat power was 50 billion. 12 times was not the limit, and he still had the Desolate Ancient set, which could provide 3 times the damage bonus, which would increase his combat power by 15 times. 750 billion combat power, 780 billion combat power, 790 billion combat power, 800 billion combat power. Finally, it stopped at 800 billion combat power. This was the ultimate effect of the combination of all of his equipment. The evil spirit divine sword in his hand was buzzing, and the light shining from it was extremely dazzling. Chapter 853. A full 800 billion battle power, reaching an unprecedented peak. In fact, Tianyin can still burst out with even stronger battle power. However, he wants to test the effect bit by bit to see what level he can burst out without relying on crazy damage mode. Then, he wants to try to see if he can shatter this hard barrier with his battle power and see how strong a high-grade divine artifact can be. Boom! Boom! The entire heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet is shaking, and the artifact spirit on the side is frightened. He has never felt such a terrifying power before. Even the 3 godly kings have not burst out with such terrifying power, such powerful power. The artifact spirit is dumbfounded. If it was the phantom, it would not have such a rich expression. Demon God Longyu is even more exaggerated. He keeps twisting his body, trying to break free from this giant nail so that he can quickly leave this place. However, this giant nail is constantly releasing energy, and the divine runes on it are constantly flickering, nailing him to the wall. No matter how he twists, he can't break free. He already feels the fear of death. If he doesn't dodge, he will die for sure. I wonder if you can block this move? Tianyin shows a trace of a demonic smile. If you kill me, your 3 realms will definitely die. In the end, Demon God Longyu still did not compromise and is still staring at him, not afraid of death. If I don't kill you, the 3 realms will live a life worse than death. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will kill as many people as you come. Or I will slaughter my way into your ancestral land and have a good massacre, completely annihilating your evil spirit race. Tianyin is not afraid of threats. Annihilate our ancestral land? What a joke. With your cultivation, you are not even worthy to carry our general's shoes. Demon God Longyu laughs. I guess you won't even be able to enter the entrance of our ancestral land and will die outside. That's right, before you die, I will let you see something. Tianyin stretches out his hand, and the evil spirit puppet appears in front of Demon God Longyu. Its huge body is exactly the same as Demon God Longyu without any changes. This. Demon God Longyu's eyes widened. He had no idea what this was. Why would someone from his race be willing to follow Tianyin? At this time, Tianyin had already brandished his sword. His battle power of 800 billion pierced through the sky. When the overbearing sword light touched the shield of this divine tool, a bang sound was heard. The hard shield was immediately smashed by the sword, and then it easily chopped into Tianyin's brain. Without the protection of the barrier, Demonic God Long Yu's head was as fragile as tofu, slicing through it easily. Soon his entire head began to be damaged. When his soul came into contact with this overbearing sword light, it immediately turned into ashes. Before Fiend Celestial Long Yu could even let out a tragic cry, he was cleaved into two and was completely dead. Not only was his soul annihilated, even his body was reduced to ashes, drifting in all directions. The extremely domineering power far exceeded what Demon God Long Yu could withstand. This was especially the case when demonic God Long Yu had always been in a weak position. With his power sealed, he was unable to unleash most of his powers. As long as the shield was broken, Demon God Long Yu would be a fish on the chopping block. Ding! Successfully killed Demon God Long Yu. Reward: 360 billion EXP, 5 million Crazy Point, 1 million SPs. Obtained Heavenly Soul Divine Tool, High-Grade Divine Tool, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Necklace, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Bone. Ding! Successfully completed Super Main Quest, Kill the Otherworldly Demon, Become the Savior. Reward: 100 billion EXP, 100 million Crazy Point, 50 million SPs, 5,000 Prestige Point, and obtain the title Savior. Savior title. After equipping, Commander points will increase by 100,000. Only valid in the 3 realms. Commander points increased by 100,000. This is a terrifying number. This meant that his words were equivalent to authority, and no one could question his words. Whatever he said was the truth. He didn't even complete the normal main quest, but he completed the super main quest and obtained a lot of rewards. The pile of rewards was truly astounding. The number was truly shocking. When he saw the rewards before, he felt very envious. It had only been a short time since then, and he had already earned this reward. Is it over? Yi Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he killed the most powerful existence, and the only thing left is to clean up all the evil spirit race in the 3 realms. Kill him. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet was stunned. He has been trapping Demon God Long Yu, worried that Demon God Long Yu would escape. For a long time he has been praying for the heaven creating divine king to come back quickly. Otherwise, after Demon God Long Yu escapes, the 3 realms will definitely suffer. Who knew that the successor of the heaven creating divine king would be killed so easily and belongs to the category of easy instant kill? Such a sturdy protective barrier was forcefully blasted apart just like that. In fact, this situation can occur to a large extent because Yi Tianyan drained Demon God Long Yu's energy. The lack of energy allowed the power of the Heavenly Soul Divine Tool to play to the maximum, resulting in a lot more fragile than usual. Under such conditions, a single sword strike is enough to crush the shield. That's right, finally killed him. Yi Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief. This guy has always been a big worry. Now that Demon God Long Yu has been killed, the big worry in his heart is gone. But there are some things that he has to think about more, and that is the attack of the evil spirit race. As Demon God Long Yu said, if he killed him, it is very likely that the evil spirit race will sense it and will definitely speed up their attack. However, whether it is a blessing or a curse, he can only hurry to command the 3 realms, so that he can arrange all aspects to resist the upcoming war. At the same time, in an area far away from the 3 realms, on a huge spirit ship, there is a group of powerful evil spirit race. Each evil spirit race is wearing thick equipment, and there is basically no holy artifact level equipment. No matter how bad it is still a holy artifact level equipment. One of the evil spirit race is wearing a full set of divine artifacts. He looked at the fragment in his hand, his eyes full of killing intent. Demon God Long Yu is dead. Not only Demon God Long Yu is dead, but Demon God Soth is also dead. Nothing happened before. Logically speaking, they should be in charge of that area. How did they die all of a sudden? General Long, it seems that they are in trouble. That small area is not as easy to attack as we thought." A subordinate next to him said, "The king has already thought about it. That is why he sent us here. I did not expect that they would all die." General Long said coldly, "Maybe other forces joined the battle. That is why this happened. No matter what, we must get that area." Chapter 854. After Tianyin killed demon god Long Yu, the heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet naturally didn't need to stay here anymore. In the end, it became his personal weapon. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet was still a very good divine tool. After all, a mid-grade divine tool wasn't a low-level one, especially one with an artifact spirit. Soon he returned to the heavenly cloud's imperial capital. Here, he still acted according to the usual situation. No one knew that a big problem had been solved just like that. Most people didn't know that Tianyin had just solved a big problem in the three realms and became the savior. This was something that even the king of the heavens and the others couldn't do, and now Tianyin did it. It was really incredible. However, no one knew about this matter. There were very few people who knew about it. Tianyin didn't publicize anything. It was meaningless. Many people didn't know about the existence of demon god Long Yu, so it was meaningless to say it out loud. Most people would even suspect that he was bragging, and no one would believe him. Finally, there is no evil spirit race in the mortal world. Tianyin breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, when he said that all the evil spirit race would be destroyed, it didn't include demon god Long Yu. If it did, then the main quest couldn't be completed. Now it could be considered to have truly been eliminated, and all of the evil spirit race S had been killed. The rest was to wait and see how long it would take for the ghost world to truly destroy all the evil spirit race. However, there was one thing that went very smoothly, much smoother than the mortal world, and that was the alliance. The alliance was quite smooth, and it could basically be said that the alliance was completed. The experience points were constantly stacking up, and if it continued, he could break through to the next level. It was all thanks to the ancient underworld divine pagoda that many cultivators spread the news about Tianyin's deeds to the outside world. It could be said that most people in the ghost world knew about it, especially the key kings. This was the key to forming the alliance quickly. It didn't matter if the common people didn't know about it. Anyway, the alliance had nothing to do with them. After the kings knew about it, they immediately knew how to make a choice. It's almost time to go to the heaven realm to do something. The underworld and the mortal world were more or less settled. Now, all that was left was the situation of the heaven realm. However, this was not a big problem. Previously, he had helped the heaven-sealing divine kingdom destroy so many divine kingdoms. This was enough to intimidate most of the heaven realm's forces. Who would dare to mess with him? Transfer. In a flash, Tianyin disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared in the Fengtian imperial capital. The teleportation godstone was indeed useful. It allowed them to easily arrive at the heaven-sealing imperial capital. When they arrived at the heaven-sealing imperial capital, everyone was busy with their own matters. His grandfather had been busy the whole time and had never stopped. His parents were also in charge of various things, and the situation in Fengtian imperial capital was becoming more and more prosperous. Without those traders, things would definitely stabilize. Moreover, with the stimulation from Tianyin, those arrogant geniuses would obediently go into closed-door cultivation. They all used Tianyin as a role model. Thinking back to that figure who had fought against so many divine nations, they felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood and began to cultivate. Tianyin's figure flashed, and he appeared outside the main hall's study. He knocked lightly on the door. Inside, the busy Yuanlong raised his head. When he saw that it was Tianyin, he put down the work in his hands and exclaimed in surprise, "Tianyin, you're back." "Grandfather, I'm back." Tianyin smiled as he walked in. "But this time, I came back because I have something to discuss with you." Yuanlong's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, "Is it about the alliance?" "Looks like grandfather has asked around." Tianyin smiled. It was not surprising that Yuanlong knew about it. "I just asked around a little." Yuanlong was a little embarrassed. He clearly did not deliberately want to know about the mortal world. What was there to know about the mortal world? They just wanted to know about Tianyun's situation. Who would have thought that there would be such a big movement in the mortal world? Tianyin was about to unify the mortal world. This matter really shocked them. Unifying the mortal world was a very difficult task, but it did not seem to be a big problem. "But this time I came here to form an alliance. In the heavenly realm, our Fengtian divine nation will be the alliance leader, and then we will form an alliance with the other divine nations." Tianyin took out the storage ring and placed it on the table. "This is the evil spirit necklace. It can easily detect their existence. Although there are 10 stars watching here, not every place can be watched. Therefore, we must spread this information and completely eliminate the evil spirit race in the heavenly realm." Tianyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He would definitely not leave a single one alive. No matter if it was big or small, he would not have the slightest bit of mercy. Sometimes it was necessary to be a little more ruthless. Once he relaxed, or when his compassion overflowed, the one who would die would only be himself. "I took a bit of this thing. It is indeed very effective." Yuanlong took the necklace and said in a deep voice, "Although our Fengtian divine nation has some prestige, it is still a bit difficult to make all the divine nations regard us as the alliance leader." "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Tianyin smiled and said, "The demon suppressed by the ancestor was killed by me." "What?" Yuanlong's hand trembled and directly crushed the jade cup in his hand. "Don't worry about it. In short, you can go and form an alliance. You can start now. If you don't form an alliance and the evil spirit race attacks, you will definitely be in a passive state." Tianyin said with a smile. "As for not cooperating, they will soon know what to choose." After Yuanlong calmed his heart, he immediately stood up and said, "All right, I will immediately go and arrange it." In his heart, other than shock, he was still shocked. If Tianyin could kill the demon, it meant that he had already broken through to the God King stage. With a God King here, who would dare to refuse? Very quickly, after Yuanlong left, he announced this matter and immediately sent out diplomatic envoys to promote the alliance. Some felt that it was unlikely for the Fengtian divine nation to become the alliance leader, but they still braced themselves and went, hoping that they would not be chased out. "What? You want us to join an alliance, and this alliance needs to be led by the Fengtian divine nation? If there is anything, we have to listen to the Fengtian divine nation's instructions." "That's right, the king said so." Seeing their serious expressions, the divine envoy could not help but wipe his cold sweat. Impossible. If the Fengtian divine nation situation was the same as a long time ago, we could still listen to them. Compared to the past, their current strength is too weak. Boom! At this time, they felt the earth tremble, which gave them a big fright. They all walked out of the palace to look outside. Following that, they saw the sky start to change color, and the 10 stars released extremely dazzling light. It was as if they had activated their power to the extreme. Chapter 855. The power of the 10 stars flickered crazily, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, spreading rapidly in all directions, covering a large area. The original daytime situation instantly became nighttime. Thick lightning constantly twisted in the sky, as if it would strike down at any time. Seeing this, many of the monarchs who opposed the alliance felt a sense of fear in their hearts. They had never felt such a terrible pressure before. After all, their cultivation was at the Saint King stage, and ordinary pressure could not make them feel fear. But this time they felt an incomparable sense of fear, as if they could be completely burned to ashes by a lightning strike. "I am the second elder of Fengtian Divine Kingdom. In the heaven realm, demons run rampant, and they are the evil spirit race. I believe that your ancestors will have records that the evil spirit race caused countless deaths and injuries in the three realms. Now the evil spirit race is hiding in the dark of the heaven realm, and we do not know when they will rush out and devour us. But one thing is clear, and that is that a disaster is coming. Therefore, we must form a huge alliance with our Feng Tian divine kingdom as the leader. We do not want to control all the forces and become the king of the heaven realm, but we want to put aside our prejudices and support each other. As for why the Feng Tian divine kingdom should be the leader, the reason is very simple. That is, I am here. As soon as he finished speaking, the light of the 10 stars seemed to reach a critical point, and then a terrifying beam of light fell fiercely. Accompanied by a boom sound, the whole heaven realm shook. The white light that penetrated down was like a dazzling sun, and the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds immediately became as bright as day. It was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. They could only feel the crazy vibration coming from under their feet, as if the heaven realm was about to collapse. After a while, a huge deep pit appeared where the beam of light penetrated. Looking from above, it was unfathomable, like a bottomless pit. Most of the monarchs of the divine kingdom felt the power of this attack. They did not need to fly to the place where the attack was to know how powerful the attack was. It was definitely enough to destroy an imperial capital. This meant that if the Feng Tian divine kingdom did not like anyone, they would attack the imperial capital. At that time, the imperial capital would disappear from the world before they could react. This was strength. This was deterrence. Soon, the dark clouds disappeared, and the sky returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Many of the king's hands trembled. They turned around and wiped off their cold sweat. Then they said to the oracle, what kind of agreement do we need to sign? This is a very ordinary alliance agreement. It won't take up the resources of your country. It's just that when necessary, you can gather together and unite with each other. The oracle also wiped his cold sweat, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. No wonder the patriarch announced for them to form an alliance. At first, he thought that he would be chased out, and in the end he was indeed chased out. However, in less than a short while, a huge reversal occurred. Many who insisted on not joining now chose to join. This immediately made many god envoys feel proud and elated. They all knew that it was the second elder, but they didn't expect him to be so domineering. Most of the monarchs were deeply shocked, and they had no choice but to join. Tianyin, who was on the 10 stars, was observing the situation around him. At the same time, he was constantly receiving information. Successfully formed an alliance with Myriad Beast Divine Kingdom, gaining 18 billion EXP 500. 000 Crazy Point 500. 000 Proficiency. Ding successfully formed an alliance with the Imperial Wind God Nation, gained experience. Ding, after Tianyin showed his power, all the divine kingdoms compromised, let alone the empires. Even the divine kingdoms compromised. How can empires not compromise? Soon, Tianyin was very satisfied with the experience he gained. It's useless to talk about principles. The key is still strength. Tianyin's eyes narrowed. He already knew this a long time ago. If he isn't strong enough, no one will obey him. It's useless to talk about the evil spirit race. Most people are too lazy to care about it, or they just go their own way. As for regarding Feng Tian Divine Kingdom as the leader of the alliance, it's impossible. Without strength, how can they be the leader of the alliance? Tianyin was well aware of this, so he immediately unleashed a devastating attack to shock everyone. Not only the divine kingdoms outside, but even the Feng Tian Divine Kingdom was shocked. This power is too strong. It's many times stronger than when Tianyin used it before. It's not even on the same level as before. Immediately after Tianyin returned to the palace, Yuanlong immediately greeted him and said excitedly, "They will soon join us, and this is all thanks to you." "Grandpa, I told you I have a way, right?" Tianyin smiled knowingly. His mother was also present, and they all gathered together, feeling very excited. But will the evil spirit race really attack soon? Yuanlong asked. Yes, it won't be too long. Tianyin said solemnly. Their expressions are dignified, and their hearts are filled with emotion. Tianyin is shouldering such a heavy responsibility. With such a strong force, it's nothing more than to reduce the number of people dying. And this sense of responsibility is something that many people can only look up to. Child, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, I'm just doing what I can. Tianyin grinned. He doesn't care what others say about him. He doesn't care if they call him a tyrant. As long as he can reduce the number of people dying in the war, he will be happy. He can't take care of everyone, so he must unite so that they can help each other. Then, in the remaining time, the divine kingdoms quickly formed an alliance, and at the same time, the necklace continued to be distributed, and the overall situation was good. Many of them were dissatisfied, but in the end, they had no choice but to join. Anyway, Tianyin doesn't care what they think, as long as they join, it's fine. Ding. Main quest completed. Unify the ghost world. Eradicate all the evil spirit race in the ghost world. Reward: 60 billion EXP, 6 million crazy point, 800,000 SPs. And a new title, King of the Ghost World. King of the Ghost World. Damage increased by 10 times in the ghost world. Ding. Main quest completed. Unify the heaven world. Eradicate all the evil spirit race in the heaven world. Reward: 60 billion EXP, 6 million crazy point, 800,000 SPs. And a new title, King of the Heaven World. Chapter 856. Have we finally eliminated all the evil spirit race S in the underworld? Tianyin sighed with emotion. If only the heaven realm was as efficient as the underworld, they could easily eliminate them. However, from the looks of the current situation, the progress would not be very smooth, and the speed would be slightly slower. Since the heaven realm did not have any evil spirit race S, the overall situation was in a relatively stable state. Without a sense of danger, it would be difficult for them to unite. They would all be fighting against each other. So how could they unite against the outside world? The ancient underworld divine pagoda in the underworld was able to give them a huge impact, which was why they were so fast. What could the heaven realm have? It was because the heaven-sealing divine nations had protected them too, well, that they had a very poor sense of danger towards the evil spirit race. They thought that there was no such thing, and even thought that they would not attack again. Some were even arrogant enough to think that, so what if the evil spirit race came? They could just kick them out. The integration of the heaven realm was basically left to them to handle. Tianyin was staying here to oversee the situation. Right now, he was waiting to complete the main quest before leaving. Right now, there was only the heaven realm left. After completing the last main quest, it could be considered as officially over. Very quickly, things progressed at a moderate pace. Most of them chose to compromise, while a small number chose not to join. This was within expectations. Even in the face of tyrannical power, there were still people who did not choose to join. They just wanted to be the center and did not want to join any faction. This time, Tianyin didn't use force. He only needed to use force in the divine kingdom. If it didn't work, he would use temptation. Tianyin's plan was very simple. Good martial arts could be given out as an example. Only then did the other divine nations agree to join. Since the heaven-sealing divine nations was so sincere, how could they not do something? As long as the divine nations joined in, the rest did not matter. In any case, their lives and deaths would have nothing to do with him. If he had the ability to protect himself, then he would protect himself. At that time, even if he knelt down and begged him, it would be useless. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The work on the alliance had already been completed, and it was all going well. There are still a few that are difficult to take down. One of them is the most difficult to take down. It's a completely hard bone. Yuanlong unfurled the map. The detailed territories were marked on it, including which god nation was in which region. Which one is the hardest to take down? Tianyin, who was at the side, stood up. For the past month he hadn't been idle. He was either concocting pills or forging weapons. He would never let himself be idle. Taking advantage of the time, he could train his other skills and increase his proficiency. He also wanted to upgrade his mastery of alchemy to the level of a creator. Although he now had a large number of proficiency points and could really level up one of his mastery skills in one go, he was not in a hurry at the moment. Everything depended on the situation. Dragon Clan. Yuanlong shook his head and said, "For a long time the most overbearing power in the Heaven Realm was the Dragon Clan. It occupies a vast area, and cultivators are not allowed to enter at will. Anyone who tries to barge in will be killed, without mercy. If it weren't for the fact that they were emissaries, they would have been killed. The Dragon Clan is extremely resistant to this kind of alliance. They feel that they don't want to form an alliance with us and want to be independent." Yuanlong and the others felt very helpless. They could understand why the Dragon Clan was so resistant. It was because too many people coveted the Dragon Clan's bloodline. This was the same as the Phoenix Clan in the Netherworld. At the beginning, they were also very wary of Tianyin and did not like humans at all. Too many people coveted their blood essence. How could they not be disgusted? After all, they were divine beasts. The bloodline power they contained was so strong. After absorbing it, many cultivators would be greatly enhanced. As expected, the Dragon Clan is more difficult to take down. Tianyin narrowed his eyes and said, "After all, the Dragon Clan is also a foreign race. Back then, when many experts joined forces, the Dragon Clan contributed a lot. Yes, according to the records, the Dragon Clan has an extremely good relationship with our Fengtian Divine Kingdom. After the war, we gradually lost contact. If the emissaries we sent were not from our Fengtian Divine Kingdom, they would have been killed." Yuanlong shook his head. "The Dragon Clan is very strong. Even if they don't ally with us, they still have the power to protect themselves. This is understandable. If there is a war, they will also fight with no regard for their own safety." Tianyin poured tea for them. His expression was indifferent, as if he had already expected this. "Looks like we can only let them be. This time, there is no way we can ally with them." Yuanlong picked up his teacup and took a sip. He felt a little helpless. "Later, I will personally go to the Dragon Clan." Tianyin also picked up his teacup and took a sip. Puffed. Yuanlong spat out the tea in his mouth. He looked at him in shock and said, "There is no need to be so exaggerated. In any case, the Dragon Clan has allied with us before. Even if we don't ally with them, there is no need to destroy them, right? Grandfather, do you think I am so cruel that I will choose to destroy them if they don't join our side?" Tianyin laughed. Yuanlong was a little embarrassed. Tianyin had always used simple and violent methods to suppress enemies who disobeyed him. If the Dragon Clan didn't join them, he really thought that Tianyin would personally go to suppress the Dragon Clan and beat them until they were afraid. "It's fine. I am just going to the Dragon Clan to take a look. It seems that the Dragon Clan is in danger or has declined greatly. That is why they chose not to join us." Tianyin guessed. "Is that so? That is not very possible. The Dragon Clan has always been very powerful. Even if they are not ranked in the God Nation rankings, their overall strength is definitely one of the best. If they are in danger, they should be asking us for help." Yuanlong frowned. "That is the problem. You said that our Fengtian Divine Nation has always had a good relationship with them. Even if they don't join us, we should not chase them away." Tianyin laughed lightly. "I boldly guess that the Dragon Clan is in danger now, and is not as strong as they seem on the surface. The reason they did not join us was mainly because they could not send anyone to help, and did not want to expose their own problems. Although the Fengtian Divine Nation had a good relationship in the past, who can be sure of the current situation? If their secrets were to be exposed, they might be exterminated. Grandfather, It is not like you don't know that although we are fighting against the evil spirit race together, there is no lack of disloyal existences. They do not care about the evil spirit race. They only want to become stronger. Chapter 8:57. After thinking about it, Tianyin immediately prepared to go to the dragon race to see what was going on with the dragon race. They must have their own difficulties to choose to stay in seclusion. It was very likely that they had encountered some danger, or there were some internal problems. According to the memory left by the King of the Heavens, the King of the Heavens also emphasized that the dragon race was the firmest ally and must join forces with the dragon race to fight against the evil spirit race. This proved that the King of the Heavens must have taken care of the dragon race before he left. It was impossible for the dragon race to not care about the past. Divine beasts had always been loyal and would never have any thoughts of betrayal. Now that such a big problem had appeared, there must be something wrong. Therefore, after Tianyin heard the news, he decided to go there personally to see what was going on. After settling the matters, Tianyin immediately went to the dragon race's territory, the Dragon Continent. The Dragon Continent's territory was quite vast and occupied one of the best places in the heavenly realm. It could be said that there were many treasures in the world. Therefore, many people secretly went to the Dragon Continent to look for elixirs. However, if they were discovered by the dragon race, the result would be death. It could be said that those who trespassed would be killed without mercy. They would not be given a chance to leave. After all, they had already warned the public not to trespass into the dragon race's territory. Anyone who trespassed would be dead. If they wanted to trade something, they should come in through the main entrance instead of sneaking in. If it was a simple trade, the dragon race would not reject it. So this is the Dragon Continent. It looks pretty good. Soon, Tianyin arrived near the Dragon Continent. Instead of calling it a continent, it would be better to call it a relatively large island. It was surrounded by seawater, forming a large circle around the entire continent. It was unknown whether it was man-made or natural. In any case, the area was indeed vast, but it was not as vast as the other continents. It could even be said to be relatively small. However, the dragon race liked to live here. After all, the residents did not need to be very vast. The main point was that the spiritual energy was rich enough and there were enough treasures in the world. In particular, the number of dragons was the same as the number of phoenixes. There had never been a lot of them. However, it was impossible for there to be only a few hundred or 1,000 people. But compared to the other races, their numbers were much smaller. There were at most hundreds of thousands of them, and they all lived in the Dragon Continent. Tianyun's gaze swept across the area, immediately taking an entire area. At the entrance, there are several dragon race experts guarding this place, looking around vigilantly. Their cultivations are not low. All of them are at the void spirit stage. As expected of the dragon clan, even the outermost guards had such astonishing cultivation. However, he would have to go in and take a look to see if the interior was as glorious. Shortly after, Tianyin flew down. Just as he neared, the guard immediately became alert. He stared straight at him and said solemnly, "Who are you? What business do you have with the dragon clan?" They all took out their spears and pointed them at Tianyin. If they felt that something was wrong, they would kill him immediately. "I want to pay a visit to the Dragon King. I have something important to tell you," Tianyin said bluntly. No, now refuse to see anyone. Leave quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The guard didn't even bother to listen to what Tianyin wanted to say and directly drove him away. Tianyin squinted his eyes and looked at them. They didn't ask anything and just drove him away. It seems that there is a big problem here. Immediately after, he didn't continue to stay, turned around and flew outside. After watching him leave, the guard gradually relaxed his vigilance. Tianyin didn't leave. He just made a turn, concealed his figure, and slipped inside. He didn't need to be invisible or teleported. He just needed to hide his aura. As long as he didn't want to be discovered, no one would be able to discover him. Unless there was an extremely powerful God King here, It was absolutely impossible for them to discover his existence. After sneaking in, he quickly walked inside. Immediately, his spiritual sense covered a large area, and he had a clear view of the surrounding situation. In the vicinity, there were many Dragon Clan guards patrolling around to prevent foreign enemies from invading. However, the forest here was also engraved with many divine runes. At a glance, Tianyan knew that it was the work of the Heaven Creating Divine King. Obviously, the Heaven Creating Divine King had a good relationship with the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped to engrave the divine rune formation. Since he was very familiar with the place, sneaking in was like returning home, and he got in easily. As he continued to go deeper, the situation inside gradually came into view. There were small villages everywhere on this dragon continent, covering most of the areas. There was a village in basically every corner. In the villages, there were many Dragon Clan living. They didn't gather in one place, but scattered in various areas, so that it was easier to manage the whole continent. Among them, Dragon City was in the central area, and there was a huge dragon coiled in the center. But it wasn't a real dragon, but a statue. This was just like the previous coiling dragon cave. There was a huge dragon coiled there. But here it was even bigger, and it also contained domineering dragon power. The Dragon Clan that came bowed their heads and walked in respectfully, not daring to be the slightest bit rude. It's quite prosperous here. After Tianyan went deep into Dragon City, the situation here didn't decline as he had imagined. The overall situation was still good. However, compared to the top divine nations, it was still a little worse. The main reason was that these Dragon Clan didn't have much spiritual qi, as if their strength had been drained. They generally looked lifeless. Strange, it seems that the loss of spiritual qi is very serious. Tianyan glanced at them and felt that they were quite strange. With the appraisal eye, he could clearly detect that their power had been drained. They were all sitting on the side and resting, which was quite strange. It would be fine if there were only one or two of them, but most of them were in such an environment as if they had released all their power and then rested on the side to recover their spiritual qi. Immediately his figure flashed, and he rushed to the dragon hall in front of him. His figure flickered, and he smoothly moved into the dragon hall. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt a chaotic energy raging in the palace, as if it would erupt at any time. Tianyan scanned with his spiritual sense and immediately knew what was happening inside. So this is what happened. Chapter 858. Tianyan walked in step by step. After passing through the passageway, he saw a group of dragon race experts, all of them releasing their tyrannical dragon power, continuously channeling it into the formation in front of them. As their dragon power poured in, the formation in front of them continuously emitted a dazzling light. The youth in the middle of the formation continuously absorbed the dragon power. At the same time, he was frantically suppressing the black energy that was constantly emerging. At the side, there was a handsome middle-aged man who was constantly controlling the surrounding dragon power to help suppress this power. However, the more he suppressed it, the more arrogant the black energy seemed to become, and it even became bigger and bigger. Ha ha ha, it's useless. This body will definitely become mine. Stop struggling. The more energy you send in, the stronger I will become. The black mist that surged out laughed continuously. Dragon King, either you kill your son, or your son's body will definitely be possessed by me. You demon, how can I let you succeed? The Dragon King said coldly, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. If I hadn't discovered that something was wrong, you would have really succeeded. So what if you know? It's already too late. The black mist laughed loudly. I have already become one with your son. Dying together with your son is also a good choice. The evil spirit race had the power to possess, but not just any body could be possessed. It just so happened to be in line with his own energy, and the other party could not be too strong. Only by slowly seeping in could he complete the possession. It wasn't as if they would be able to occupy his body immediately. That wasn't possible. The Dragon King's face was solemn. How could he give up on his son? The dragon mother looked at her son with tears in her eyes. She bit her lips and shouted, "You damned demon! Hurry up and come out of my child's body!" Do you think that's possible? What a perfect plan it was. Just obediently let me take over your son's body. At that time, I can become the Dragon King. Unfortunately, I was still discovered by you. The evil spirit race felt a little unwilling. Now that he had been caught, he did not think that he would be able to escape. With so many experts surrounding him, it was impossible for him to escape. Therefore, he might as well start cursing here. Being able to perish together with Long Z was the best outcome. Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, kill me. I don't want these trash to take over my body. Young Master Long gritted his teeth. He did not want to be controlled. He would rather die than have his body taken over by the evil spirit race. At that time, even his last consciousness would be gone. That won't happen. This king will get rid of this trash. The Dragon King's eyes flickered with a golden light as he continued to control the formation's energy to continuously attack the evil spirit race, wanting to pull the evil spirit race out. The dragons around them kept releasing energy into the formation, providing the Dragon King with powerful energy. It was this situation that caused so many dragons to run out of energy. No wonder the guards didn't let anyone in. This was a critical moment. Why would the Dragon King want to see anyone? Just as Tianyan had guessed, the Dragon Clan was in a very serious situation, so they wouldn't receive anyone. It wasn't that he had declined, but the fact that his son was almost possessed was already a very serious matter. It was even possible that other than his son, the other dragons had also been infiltrated by the evil spirit race. As the Dragon King continued to push in, trying to pull the evil spirit race's soul out, young Master Long's face became more and more ugly. This was the feeling of his soul being torn apart. How could he feel good? Haha, a little more. This way, both of our souls will be completely torn apart. At that time, even if your son survives, he will become a fool. The evil spirit race laughed, not afraid of death at all. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have attacked the 3 realms. The Dragon King's face became ugly. He was a dignified God King, but he couldn't even save his own son. He was really too useless. The Dragon King's cultivation was not low. He had reached the 2nd level of the God King stage. In the Heaven Realm, there was no God King stage powerhouse, so the Dragon King was a God King. With a God King like him, it was equivalent to having the strongest divine kingdom. Originally, he thought that there was no God King in the Heaven Realm, but the Dragon Clan had a God King. Sure enough, their foundation was amazing, enough to do whatever they wanted in the Heaven Realm. However, the Dragon Clan did not have the ambition to conquer the world, so they had been staying here obediently, which surprised Tianyan. If it was any other God King, they would have already ruled over half of the forces. The Dragon Clan stayed here obediently, but who knew that the evil spirit race would take advantage of them? Don't worry, I can help you get rid of the evil spirit race that possessed your son. At this time, Tianyan walked in from outside. Who? In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Tianyan, and their vigilance was immediately raised to the maximum. They did not expect that a human would sneak in unknowingly. Immediately, the guards at the side quickly intercepted, took out their weapons without hesitation, and attacked Tianyan. No matter why they came in, as long as it was not their own people, they had the responsibility to kill the intruder, especially at this critical juncture. Who knew if it was a helper? Stop! The Dragon King stretched out his hand, signaling for them to stop. The guards immediately stopped attacking, and the spear in their hands was almost stabbed into Tianyan's body. However, Tianyan's expression was indifferent, completely not worried that the spear would stab him. What did you just say? You can get rid of him? Why should I believe you? The Dragon King stared at him coldly, and he had to say that this sentence made him a little tempted. Although it may be fake, what if it is true? Just because of this. Tianyan stretched out his hand, and the power of the heaven-creating Divine King was released. After a little sensing, The Dragon King's eyes narrowed. "Put down your weapons. Don't be nervous. It's one of us." The Dragon King waved his hand, motioning the guards to retreat to the side. The heaven-creating Divine King and the others are one of their own, so the hostility of the Dragon King will definitely be reduced. The guards were a little confused. They felt this power, but they did not know what it was. However, those powerful high-level people knew what kind of power it was. That is, the power of the heaven-creating Divine King. The heaven-creating Divine King left the divine runes here, so they are naturally very familiar with this power. As soon as they felt it, they immediately knew who the person who came was. This is their absolute partner. How could he be an enemy? "Lord Dragon King, I'm really sorry I came in this way," Tianyin said apologetically. "The outside really didn't let me come in, so I came in this way." The successor of the heaven-creating Divine King, "May I know why you are here this time?" The Dragon King asked doubtfully. "I believe now is not the time to discuss this matter, right?" Tianyin glanced at the Dragon King on the other side. "Let's solve this matter first. Then discuss it properly. How about it?" Chapter 859. When the Dragon King and the others learned that Tianyin was the successor of the heaven-creating Divine King, their attitude immediately changed a lot, proving that they were still very friendly to the heaven-creating Divine King, and they wouldn't become cold because of the passage of time. Tianyin nodded and lifted his foot to walk into the great array. The Dragon King hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't rush in. The great array here can't be entered at will." The others were anxious and wanted Tianyin not to rush in, at least wait until they withdrew their spiritual power. If he came in casually, he may be attacked by the great array. Tianyin didn't stop walking. He took a step forward and easily entered the great array. He just happened to walk in the area that was not affected by the great array, and step by step, he walked towards the center of the great array. Everyone was dumbfounded. He had just shown his strength, but he had already shown such an amazing performance. When the Dragon King saw Tianyin's performance, the hope in his heart increased a little. If he couldn't even deal with this, how could he convince the others? Tianyin walked step by step to the front of the Dragon King. The soul floating above his head swayed, and at the same time let out a mocking laugh. "Oh, there's a helper? No matter what comes, it's the same. It's impossible to pull me out from inside. The soul of the evil spirit race is quite strong, at least at the Saint King stage." Tianyin was not in a hurry to attack, but instead he asked Tianyin, "How did you get in here?" Why should I tell you this?" The evil spirit race sneered. "I guess it should be a few years ago when Long went out to train. He fainted in the heavenly abyss forest. When we found Long, nothing had happened, but the guards were all dead. No one suspected anything at that time. But I didn't expect that the evil spirit race must have knocked Long out and then took the opportunity to sneak in." The Dragon King guessed. He roughly knew where the problem was, except for that time. He really couldn't think of any way to sneak in. He has been sitting here all the time, so he is very clear about who sneaks in, so it is impossible for the evil spirit race to deceive him. Unless it was outside, he would keep an eye on it. This time, Tianyin had snuck in because his cultivation was much higher than the Dragon King's, so he would not be discovered. So that's how it is. It seems like there might be a hiding spot for the evil spirit race in the heavenly abyss forest. Tianyin sneered. "Very good. I never thought that I would be able to obtain such information here." The evil spirit race's soul swayed a few times, but he laughed loudly. "Idiot! Do you think we will hide in the heavenly abyss forest? If you think it's there, go ahead and look for it." "Don't worry, we will look for it." Tianyin said indifferently. "Not only the heavenly abyss forest, the entire heavenly realm will be overturned and all of you trash will be eradicated." "Ha ha ha, what a joke! With just you?" The evil spirit race was extremely disdainful towards Tianyin and did not think that Tianyin had the ability to do so. Demon God Longyu, Demon God Suate, Demon God Suagu, and the others were all killed by me. How many people do you think are stronger than them in the three realms? Yi Tianyin said indifferently. No, impossible. Evil spirit race suddenly screamed. Of course he knew these names, and he knew them very well. These were all experts. How could he not know them? Nothing is impossible. When you go to hell, you will know when you meet them. Yi Tianyin extended his hand and grabbed at the air, grabbing the evil spirit race's soul. Following that, he began to forcefully pull away the soul, wanting to forcefully extract the evil spirit race's soul. However, when he was pulling, young Master Long also cried out in pain. Their souls were connected, so when he was pulled, he definitely felt extreme pain. Longer. When the dragon mother saw her child in such pain, she wanted to go up and stop him. This was a rather dangerous action, and if they were not careful, their child would become an idiot. The Dragon King stretched out his hand to stop the dragon mother, not letting her go over. Wait for him to come. This is the only way. We have no other way. Although they had only met once, they could only trust Yi Tianyin now. After all, they had no other choice but to trust him. In any case, if they were to do it, the result would be the same. If even Yi Tianyin failed, it could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Haha, it's useless. Isn't this no different from them? In the end, we will perish together, idiot. The evil spirit race screamed in pain, but he still shouted out words of disdain. From his point of view, perishing together was already a good thing, so he was not afraid of dying. Don't worry, I'm not as stupid as you. The evil spirit divine sword suddenly appeared in Yi Tianyin's hand, and then fiercely slashed at the soul that was being pulled. When the Dragon King and the others saw this scene, their hearts jumped to their throats. Using a weapon to cut a soul was no different from killing someone. However, just like that, the evil spirit divine sword released a black light and entered the soul. Following that, he easily separated the evil spirit race's soul and squeezed it into a black ball that floated in the air. As for young Master Long's soul, it was completely fine. Even if there was a problem, it would at most be a little scratch. After a few days of recuperation, there would be no problem. What about this time? Yi Tianyin raised his hand and locked onto the evil spirit race's soul in his hand, his gaze ice cold. No, impossible. How can you cut open a soul? The evil spirit race roared in disbelief. He had originally wanted to perish together, but now his soul had been perfectly cut open. There are many things that you don't know. Yi Tianyin turned around and looked at the Dragon King with a smile. This is the murderer who harmed your son. I'll leave it to you to deal with. As he spoke, he flicked his hand, and the ball of soul floated over and landed in front of the Dragon King. At this moment, the great array also disappeared. They all saw that Yi Tianyin had successfully separated his soul, and the great array was definitely going to stop. This time, everyone was stunned. They were also deeply shocked. They did not know how Yi Tianyin did it. They had all tried to cut out a soul, but the moment they touched it, they would injure young Master Long's soul. How could they cut it out? Yi Tianyin's sword, on the other hand, easily separated it. It could be said to be the work of the gods. All of this was the credit of the evil spirit divine sword. The evil spirit divine sword was a divine weapon that affected the soul, and it had its own unique ability. Among them, cutting the soul into two was not a problem. Chapter 860. Thank you very much. The Dragon King didn't say too many words of gratitude. After receiving the soul, he thanked Yi Tianyin in a grateful tone. The Dragon King wouldn't just thank him like that. He would definitely reward Yi Tianyin later. This is the soul that almost killed his son. Yi Tianyin must have given this soul to him, which is equivalent to giving him a huge favor. Young Master Long fainted on the ground after his soul was separated. The torture he had been through all this time had made him extremely tired. When Dragon Mother saw this, she immediately ran over and picked up her son. He's fine. He's just a little exhausted. He'll be fine after a little rest. Yi Tianyin said, Thank you. Thank you. The dragon mother was very grateful. Then, she brought her son to his room to rest. The dragon king kept the evil soul and looked at Tianyin. Friend, can you take a rest first? There's no hurry. I'll help the dragon king solve some problems first. The necklace in Tianyin's hand was still flickering with red light, which meant that there was more than one evil soul hidden in the dragon's body. What's the matter? The dragon king asked doubtfully. His face immediately darkened. Could it be? That's right. I wonder if the dragon king can trust me and let me solve it? Tianyin asked. No problem. Just do it. The dragon king didn't have any objections. His son had just been saved, which was more useful than anything else. It could be said that Tianyin's current status was much more important than the heaven-creating divine king's descendant or the king of the heavens' descendant. The dragon king would at most give some face to the heaven-creating divine king's descendant, but he definitely wouldn't trust him. Now that his son had been saved, how could he not trust him? Immediately, Tianyin's figure flashed and grabbed one of the elders. The elder was immediately shocked. You, what are you doing? There's an evil soul hidden in your body. I'll help you separate it. Then Tianyin's eyes flashed, and a black light shot out from his eyes. A surging power flowed from his hand into the elder's head. Immediately, a scream was heard. A pitch-black soul rushed out from inside, screaming in pain. You, how did you find out I was inside? The evil spirit race screamed miserably. His soul was relatively weak, so logically speaking, he should not have been able to detect it. When everyone saw this, their faces changed. They thought that only young Master Long would be possessed. They didn't expect that even the elder would be possessed. All of a sudden, everyone's hearts trembled. Could it be that there were others who had been possessed? You don't need to know that. Tianyin brandished the evil spirit divine sword and slashed down, completely killing the soul of the evil spirit race. He would not keep it like before and let the Dragon King vent his anger. After that, he continued to rush to the side, grabbing one of them and pulling out that soul. The evil spirit divine sword swiftly slashed down, and without a single word, the soul was easily killed. Following which, he continued to rush to other places. He caught one and forced out its soul, easily killing it. The Dragon King, who was following closely behind, was shocked. He did not expect so many people to be possessed, and they were completely unaware. It's about time it's basically gone. As for the other corners, I'm not sure. At least in the main city of the Dragon City, there isn't a single evil spirit race. Tianyin looked at the Dragon King and said in a deep voice, "Why are there so many people possessing you? It seems that your dragon race's physique is very suitable for being possessed by the evil spirit race. If we don't discover it in time, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles in the future." This king also did not expect such a situation to occur. They hid themselves too deeply, and I was unable to sense them carefully. May I know how you managed to find out? The Dragon King asked. It's because of this necklace. As long as it emits a red light, it means that the evil spirit race is attached to it. Tianyin handed the necklace to the Dragon King and said, I've heard of this necklace before, but I didn't expect it to have such an effect. The Dragon King shook his head. It's a good thing you're here. Otherwise, our dragon race would have fallen into disaster. There's no need to thank me. Let's settle the matter first. Tianyin took out a storage ring and handed it over to the Dragon King. There are many necklaces inside. You can distribute them to your clansmen and let them deal with them. Generally speaking, as long as they discover it in time, I don't even need to do anything. They can easily deal with it. All right, I'll accept this. Let's deal with this matter first. The Dragon King nodded. May I know how to address you, friend? I'm Tianyin, also a descendant of the King of the Heavens. I'm currently the second elder of the Fengtian Divine Kingdom. Tianyin announced his identity. A descendant of the King of the Heavens, the second elder of the Fengtian divine kingdom? The Dragon King's eyes lit up. Could it be that you're the second elder who allowed the Fengtian divine kingdom to suppress most of the divine kingdoms? Yes, I am. Yi Tianyin smiled. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be someone from the Fengtian divine kingdom. The Dragon King shook his head and said, Our two countries have always been on good terms. When we were besieged last time, we immediately sent more people over, but by the time we came to help, you had already settled it. Because we didn't want to completely expose the relationship between our two families, we didn't say anything. At that time, I heard that the second elder of the Fengtian divine kingdom was very powerful. I didn't expect it to be Brother Yi. This is really amazing. The Dragon King called Yi Tianyin brother, which meant that he already regarded Yi Tianyin as an equal. This is a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Now, it's better for the Dragon King to settle everything before we talk. Yi Tianyin smiled. All right, then, brother, Yi can go to the elegant residence to rest first. When I'm done, I'll come find you immediately. The Dragon King immediately arranged for someone to take him to the elegant residence. After Yi Tianyin followed the Dragon King to the elegant residence, he temporarily rested there while waiting for the Dragon King to deal with his matters. After he stayed here for a few days, the Dragon King finally appeared in front of Yi Tianyin. He seemed to be in a good mood. Brother Yi, this necklace is really magical. It was so easy to find the evil spirit race, and there was no mistake at all. The Dragon King felt that it was very magical. At first, he was a little worried that he might have made a mistake, but later on he realized that there was no mistake at all. Of course, the necklace wouldn't make a mistake. Only the evil spirit race would shine, unless the cultivator swallowed the blood of the evil spirit race. If he dared to swallow the blood of the evil spirit race, how disgusting would that be? Under normal circumstances, this won't be a mistake. Yi Tianyin smiled. Chapter 861. Yes, I am here to form an alliance. Yi Tianyin said, I've always heard that our two countries have a good relationship. Logically speaking, we should form an alliance. Then, when he heard the rejection, he felt that something was wrong and came over to take a look. Who would have thought that I would discover such a thing? I never thought that the evil spirit race would take advantage of this and continue to invade the dragon race. Yes, I also did not expect this. The evil spirit race's loopholes are not small. I asked around and found that those who were possessed were all unconscious. They didn't know who attacked them. When I woke up and found that there was nothing wrong, I followed him back. The Dragon King said in a low voice, They want to infiltrate deep into our dragon clan and gradually replace us. This is truly despicable. Yi Tianyin nodded. This was exactly what he was thinking. The status of the dragon clan was extremely high. Coupled with the abundance of resources, they belonged to the superior race that devoured everything. It was impossible for the evil spirit race to let it go. It was the same reason as devouring the phoenix race. To them, it could be said to be a great supplement. How could it not seep in? Possession had too many drawbacks. If there was no value to it, no one would try it. For example, there were so many cultivators out there, but why were there so few who could possess others? The main reason was that they had no value. The value of the dragon race was extremely high, so it was not surprising that they had taken over their bodies. However, our dragon clan will definitely agree to the alliance. However, it will only be with the Fengtian divine kingdom. Everything else has nothing to do with us. The Dragon King was as cold as ever. He couldn't be bothered to befriend the other divine kingdoms. No problem. We're just forming an alliance. We don't have to send envoys to each other. Actually, when the evil spirit race invades, we can unite and make a plan to counterattack in time, instead of sitting still and waiting for death. Yi Tianyin said, That's not a problem. It's quite easy. The Dragon King nodded. As long as he did not interfere with the management of the dragon race, these alliances would definitely not be a problem. Yi Tianyin naturally understood the conflict in this aspect. Most forces would be conflicted Or rather, he was conflicted. They were originally in an alliance. If they sent someone to interfere with the management, it would be too exaggerated. No one would like that. This was equivalent to a stranger coming to one's house, and the stranger was constantly pointing fingers. No one would like that. All that's left is to eliminate the evil spirit race. This time, we must completely eliminate the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyin said solemnly. That's easy. I've always had a deep hatred for the evil spirit race. I've wanted to get rid of them a long time ago, but I don't know how to find them. The Dragon King nodded and said, Now that we have this necklace, it will be much easier. We can definitely make the evil spirit race unable to hide. All right, I'll leave this area to you. I intend to make a trip to the Heavenly Abyss Forest to see if there are any survivors there. Although the evil spirit race vehemently denied that there was no such thing, since there was a problem there, I believe that even if it is not there, it must be nearby. Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered. This area just so happened to be an area that the 10 stars couldn't cover. Or rather, it could be said that this area's senses were slightly weaker. Moving around here would undoubtedly be much safer. That's exactly what I was thinking. However, there are still many things to deal with in the clan. Otherwise, I would have gone with you. The Dragon King's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. How could he not be angry when he thought of his son and so many of his clansmen being possessed? He wished that he could find all of the evil spirit race's lair in the Heaven Realm and exterminate them all in order to quell the anger in his heart. Dragon King, leave the matters over there to me. You just have to take care of the matters in the clan. Yi Tianyin knew the Dragon King's current situation. Even though he had done a lot of things in the past few days, there were still a lot of things that he had not done. As for brother, Yi saving my son. As for the reward. Just as the Dragon King was about to speak, Yi Tianyin shook his head and interrupted him. There's no need for that. Back then, when the 3 realms was in trouble, the dragon race defended the Heaven Realm with their lives. Logically speaking, everyone owes you a favor, so there is no reward. The Dragon King being able to continue to guard the Heaven Realm is already the greatest reward. Yi Tianyin said in a deep voice. The Dragon King was startled, but immediately nodded and said, Okay, then I won't say anything more. Brother Yi, if you need anything, we will do our best to help. After saying that, the purpose of Yi Tianyin coming here was basically achieved. Ding, completed side quest, rescue the Dragon King's son. Reward, 500, 000, 000, EXP, 500, 000, crazy point, 100, 000, proficiency. At the same time, Dragon Race's overall favorability is 100 points. It was easy to get EXP and occasionally do some side quests. The reward he got was quite good. Immediately after he left, when he was about to walk outside, a somewhat familiar Dragon Race person walked past him. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. After looking at the person, he found that this person was really familiar. Yi Tianyin hurriedly moved and stopped in front of the person and asked, Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Huh. So it turns out to be young Master Long's benefactor. I don't know what question you have. As long as I can answer it, I will answer it. This person was middle-aged, and his cultivation was not weak. He was already at the 3rd layer of Saint King stage. Previously, when he was assisting the Dragon King in the Great Array, he found that the proportion of human bloodline was relatively large. In fact, this is not uncommon. Only a small part of the Dragon Race has the bloodline of the Dragon Race, but the Dragon Race recognizes its existence. After all, this is not the bloodline of the Dragon Race, but the bloodline of the Dragon Race. Do you have a son and a daughter named Runlong and Renjiro? Yi Tianyin asked. You know Runlong and Renjiro? This person was obviously surprised. Are you really their father? Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He saw that this person was quite familiar. Runlong looked somewhat similar to him. So he boldly guessed that this person could be Runlong's father. And after asking, it was really true. Yes, I wonder how they are now. Ren Filong asked excitedly. They are in good condition, but you have not returned to the dragon race, so you have been very worried. Yi Tianyin sighed. Sure enough, they had come to the heavenly world. With their strong cultivation, it was naturally impossible for them to descend to the mortal world. They would be blocked by the dragon race. Unless their cultivation was a great realm lower, it would be impossible to descend to the mortal world. We also want to descend, but the current situation does not allow us to. You can see that. Ren Filong said, helplessly. That's not a problem, as long as the two of you are fine. I will go back and inform my big brother. Yi Tianyin smiled and said, Ren Long is now my big brother. I did not expect to find the two of you in the dragon race. Chapter 862. After chatting with Ren Filong for a while, Yi Tianyin knew that their situation was not bad. They had all become elders here. If Ren Long came up, he would be able to directly come to the Dragon Clan side. There was no need for him to wander around. When he returned, he would tell Ren Long and the others about this matter. If they really did not want to stay in the mortal realm, they could come to the Dragon Clan. After all, their parents were elders here, so the treatment they received wouldn't be bad. Especially since their talent was not bad, if they came here, they would definitely be able to display their skills. After chatting, he quickly headed to the Heavenly Abyss Forest to see what was going on. The evil spirit race accidentally spilled the beans. Even though he kept denying it, he still heard some clues. Hurry up and get rid of the internal trouble. If we attack, it will be a pincer attack. Yi Tianyin was most worried about this kind of situation. If they did not eliminate the evil spirit race first, if they waited for the evil spirit race's reinforcements to arrive, they would be in trouble. That was why he strongly urged everyone to eradicate the evil spirit race. No matter how uncooperative they were, they had to put down their grudges and eliminate the evil spirit race first. The Heavenly Abyss Forest was not too far from the Dragon Clan, and it was a pretty good training ground. There were many demon beasts inside, and it was very suitable for cultivators with low cultivation. The Dragon Clan liked to let their clansmen go there to train. The cultivation of the demon beasts there was neither high nor low, and there were many good spirit medicines. Therefore, not only the Dragon Clan, but also many other cultivators. With Yi Tianyun's extremely fast speed, he quickly arrived near the Heavenly Abyss Forest. He didn't know if the Dragon Clan had leaked the news, but the sooner he could settle the matter, the better. The Heavenly Abyss Forest is indeed strange. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. When he looked down from the sky, the strange thing about the forest was that the deeper he went, the more he went downwards. In the center of the Heavenly Abyss Forest, it had already turned into an abyss that led to the bottom of the ground. Some of those towering trees grew directly on the cliff of the abyss, not just one or two, but densely packed. If he accidentally fell down, it would not be a big deal. He just had to climb up the tree. He did not even need to know how to fly. After he arrived, he glanced around and immediately took in the surrounding situation. There were many cultivators harvesting spiritual herbs nearby. This Heavenly Abyss Forest was so vast that Yi Tianyin couldn't see the end of it. However, although there were treasures of the world here, no one dared to make this place their territory. There were simply too many demonic beasts here, and it was difficult to defend against sneak attacks from all directions. The terrain was very disadvantageous. As such, there had never been any faction here. However, there were still some abandoned cities here, which proved that living here was not feasible. At most, they could only stay here temporarily. It was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. If we hide here, it will indeed be difficult for 10 stars to cover this place. Yi Tianyin looked up at the sky. The area covered by the 10 stars hadn't reached here. The King of the Heavens hadn't truly sealed the skies. He could only control an area. However, this was already quite powerful. At the very least, he could suppress an area as his own territory. Anyone who trespassed into his territory could be easily killed. The areas that were coincidentally covered by the 10 stars were all very good areas. Most of the cultivators were moving in this area. When he first arrived here to investigate, his gaze swept across the area and immediately locked onto an area in the distance. He immediately sensed the aura of the evil spirit race there. In that area, there were a few cultivators searching for spirit medicines everywhere, wanting to search for treasures here. Are there any spirit medicines in this area? It's so close to the exit. Zhao Hua looked around and saw piles of trees. He couldn't see a single spirit herb at all. If we continue to go deeper, our strength will not be enough. We can only try our luck outside. When we meet a powerful demon beast, will you be able to block it? Another Xianghua snorted, then looked at his junior sister and said, "Don't you think so, junior sister?" The little girl looked around vigilantly and said seriously, "Senior brothers, be careful. Don't smile mischievously. Master has taught us to be careful." "Junior sister, you're exaggerating. This place is so outside. How can it be dangerous?" Xianghua laughed. "No matter what, we must be careful." Junior sister coldly snorted. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing their junior sister so serious, the two senior brothers shook their heads helplessly. Their junior sister was good at everything, but she was too cautious. The cultivation of the three of them was not high, only at the spirit core stage. They planned to look for spirit medicines or hunt some low-level demon beasts. This was the most basic experience. If they couldn't reach the standard, they wouldn't be able to return to the sect. Immediately after they took 2 steps, the junior sister quickly pulled out her long sword, stared at the front, and shouted, "There's a situation!" The 2 senior brothers hurriedly prepared. Then they found a middle-aged man in front of them, which made them suddenly speechless. "Junior sister, calm down. It's a fellow cultivator who just happened to pass by." Xianghua put away his weapon and smiled. "Fellow cultivator, are you here to gain experience together?" "Almost. I'm here to hunt." "I'm really sorry for scaring you." The middle-aged man smiled slightly, looking like he was harmless. The junior sister slightly relaxed her vigilance. At least it was not a demon beast. And seeing a cultivator, she was a little relieved. "It's okay. By the way, what are you here to hunt? Is it the moonlight beast?" Zhao Hua asked. "No, it's to hunt you." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 arms suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged man and quickly rushed in front of Zhao Hua. He opened his huge mouth and swallowed Zhao Hua, not waiting for Zhao Hua to react. The big mouth could fit Zhao Hua's head. It wanted to swallow Zhao Hua in one bite. "Run, run." This scared them, and they hurriedly ran away. But how could they be as fast as the middle-aged man? The middle-aged man obviously came prepared, and in the blink of an eye, he had already swallowed Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua was so scared that his face turned pale, and he staggered and fell to the ground. "Save! Save me!" Zhao Hua shouted in horror. Xianghua and the others pulled out their swords and stabbed the monster. But the evil spirit race was even faster. The 2 arms on his back had 2 more weapons, and he fiercely whipped them, sending them flying. "Go to the side. It will be your turn soon." "Finally, there's some food, and it looks very delicious." The evil spirit race laughed and continued to open his mouth to swallow Zhao Hua. Just as he was about to swallow it, a figure had already flashed to his side, grabbed his head, and pressed it against the ground. With a pum sound, he almost fainted from the impact. It really didn't take much effort to find someone to lead the way as soon as I arrived. Chapter 863. Tianyan suddenly rushed down and instantly controlled the evil spirit race, giving them a big fright. This could be said to be a divine soldier that suddenly saved them. Zhao Hua stared blankly at Tianyan. He had already given up all hope, but now that he saw the evil spirit race that was about to devour him being controlled, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just survived a calamity. Xianghua and the others were the same. They all stared blankly at Tianyan, not knowing whether he was an enemy or a friend. If one of them left, and another one that was even more ferocious came, they would be dead for sure. Xianghua and the others' legs went soft, not knowing what to do. They were still sitting on the ground, paralyzed. They were all stunned by the evil spirit race just now, and now they were paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. Little, junior sister, should we run away immediately? Xiang Hua said with a trembling voice, "It's better not to run, so as not to anger him." Little junior sister's face turned pale. She was frightened by this scene. "But if we don't run, what if he wants to eat us like that monster from before?" Xiang Hua expressed his worry. "If we eat it, can we escape?" Little junior sister shook her head. Thinking of Yi Tianyun's speed, they couldn't even see it clearly. How could they escape? Immediately after, Yi Tianyun raised the evil spirit race. His eyes flashed with a bright light and looked at the evil spirit race. "Look at me!" The evil spirit race was filled with shock. When he raised his head to look at Yi Tianyun and wanted to say something, he immediately felt as if he was looking at a whirlpool. His consciousness was quickly sucked in and gradually disappeared. "Very good." Yi Tianyun nodded his head in satisfaction. This evil spirit race's cultivation was not high. It was only at the core transformation stage. But it was very easy to hunt cultivators here. After controlling the evil spirit race, he turned to look at the three people and said, "I advise you to leave quickly. Don't stay here, it's not that safe here." With that, he grabbed the evil spirit race's head and flew away, leaving the three of them looking at each other in dismay. They all thought that Yi Tianyun would do something to them, but who would have thought that nothing would happen? In reality, Yi Tianyun wouldn't do anything to them. Who is he? Why is he so powerful? That monster was at least at the core transformation stage, right? Xiang Hua was shocked. "It doesn't matter who he is, as long as he doesn't attack us. Just now I thought we were done for." Zhao Hua shuddered. Recalling that bloody mouth, he felt that he would have nightmares for a long time. Little junior sister looked at Yi Tianyun's back as he left. Her beautiful eyes flickered. "No matter who he is our savior." Both of them looked at their junior sister's eyes and shook their heads. This was obviously a situation where their hearts were secretly in love. They didn't expect that even after working so hard, they were still not as good as a passerby. After Yi Tianyun grabbed the evil spirit race and flew away, he came to a remote area and put the evil spirit race down. "Where is your base?" Yi Tianyun asked. "At the bottom of the heavenly abyss forest." The evil spirit race answered truthfully. "Sure enough, they are hiding at the bottom of the heavenly abyss forest." This answer was not unexpected. There were so many places to hide in the heavenly realm, and the heavenly abyss forest was very good. There were many demon beasts here, and there were often cultivators coming here, which meant that there was always food coming here. How could they not guard here? Especially here, the 10 stars couldn't detect this place, so this was definitely a paradise. Under the lead of the evil spirit race, they quickly flew forward. After passing through layers of forest, they finally arrived at the depression in the central area. Here, it was as if a huge meteorite had smashed down and then smashed a huge pit here. It looked very spacious, but now it was full of trees, and it didn't look as spectacular as when it was bare. Along the way, Yi Tianyun interrogated him about the general situation, such as how many people were hiding below and what they were plotting here. People knew a little that there were many evil spirit race hiding below, but there were very few purebred ones. There were at most 10 purebred ones, and the strongest ones were at the Saint King stage. Their descendants were all bred by capturing cultivators. As time passed, their numbers would increase, eventually reaching a very shocking number. As soon as these evil spirit race were born, they would not be allowed to come into contact with their biological mother. They would immediately be brought outside to undergo devilish training. They would be forced to hunt demon beasts or cultivators, nurturing them into an extremely vicious, evil spirit race. In short, there was basically no humanity to speak of. Even if they had the bloodline of the human race, it was meaningless. The evil spirit race that had long been nurtured into an extremely savage race would only listen to the orders of the evil spirit race. For example, the evil spirit race that had been captured was a human race through and through. It was just that he had even devoured his own race. Originally, he had wanted to capture that woman and bring her back so that he could reproduce. However, he did not expect that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere, ruthlessly intercept him and capture him. It's the same as those fellows from before who are worse than beasts, constantly plundering the women of other races to reproduce. Thinking of that scene, Etienne's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he rushed down faster and faster. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to investigate the surroundings. There were generally no problems, and there were cultivators moving around. If they continued like this, they would either become food or be caught and dragged to the bottom of the abyss. These evil spirit race S were probably laughing even in their dreams. With so many cultivators nearby, there was an endless supply of rations. However, Etienne was getting angrier and angrier in his heart. He never thought that they would be able to hide here. Then he quickly descended. At the bottom of the heavenly abyss forest, there was also an extremely vast area below. There was also a lush forest growing underground. Even without a trace of sunlight, it was still extremely lush. At the corner of the bottom, there was a special tunnel that led underground. Going down was the place where the evil spirit race was hiding. The hiding area was very careful. If one wasn't proficient in divine inscriptions, they wouldn't be able to discover this entrance. Even if Etienne didn't have anyone to lead the way, he would still be able to find this entrance. However, he had to rely on his powerful strength to find it. This concealment technique is truly ingenious, as expected of a foreign expert. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation is a little stronger, I really wouldn't have been able to find it. Etienne's eyes flickered. His appraisal, I quickly went deeper inside, and after finding a safe spot, he extended his hand and crushed the evil spirit race that was grabbing him. Following that, he was burned into a pile of ashes by the inextinguishable fire. Chapter 864. After Etienne came in, there was no need for him to lead the way, so he killed him easily. After coming in quietly, his soul sense instantly covered this area, and he carefully explored the situation in all areas. The powerful spiritual sense of a divine king easily covered the entire area without any difficulty. He just didn't want to alert the enemy, and he didn't want to let these beasts slip away. His cultivation was very strong, but he couldn't suppress them by force. After all, there were many cultivators imprisoned here, so he couldn't suppress them at will. If it was all the evil spirit race inside, Etienne would suppress them and kill them with a slap. This was undoubtedly very easy, but they had captured a large number of cultivators, so he could only sneak in and save them. His figure gradually disappeared, and when he sneaked in, there was a burst of laughter in the depths of the passage. The few cultivators I went to capture just now were all dumber than the last. When they saw me, they thought I was one of them. Bullshit, I'm the same race as them, it's disgusting. That's right. They were all dumber. They all thought we were the same race, so they didn't have any wariness. I also caught a few women just now. This time we can play again. We can catch a lot of cultivators every day. These cultivators are really stupid. They thought they were killed by demonic beasts. Last time, that group of people even brought their master, saying that they wanted to find corpses. Who knew that this would be even better? They could capture all of them in one go. Thinking of the taste of those people, it's really good. It suits my taste. They were all discussing. There were many cultivators locked in the cages beside them. Their hands and feet were tied, and the tendons of their hands and feet were broken. Even if they weren't locked, it would be difficult for them to escape. Most of the survivors were women and children. As for the men, they had already been eaten by them. There was no way they would be left. As for the children, they didn't want to raise them, but when they were hungry, they would devour the children. The children were more delicious. They must have been put at the back to slowly taste. They were not anxious at all. They were lying there. There was no life in their eyes. They were completely in despair. They came out to train, but who knew that they would encounter a group of monsters, so they were trapped here. "You monsters, Master will avenge me." One of the girls shouted, her eyes filled with anger. "That's right, you monsters. Even if we die, Master will avenge us. I will kill all of you monsters, a bunch of trash. Master will come and save us. At that time you will all die." Some were in despair, while others had just been captured. Thus, they all had high hopes for their masters, hoping that their masters would be able to find them. Ha! Another bunch of daydreaming fools. It would be best if your master were here. We can't wait to bring more experts over. We can catch them one by one and eat them. It's a great tonic for us. That's right. Shout louder. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, no one will care about you. One by one, they laughed out loud. They were the caretakers of this place and would occasionally go out to hunt. The real territory was naturally in the inner region. The outer region was just a cage. It would be much more convenient to set the cage outside. After capturing them, he threw them into the cage and returned them to the headquarters. Therefore, the cage was quite spacious and could accommodate thousands of people. This cage would never be full, because when there were not enough people, they would be captured and used as food. Yes, it's useless. The cultivators who had been imprisoned for an unknown period of time had eyes filled with despair. They all wanted to commit suicide. However, after committing suicide, it would be useless. They would all be eaten. They had all personally witnessed the cultivators beside them being eaten bit by bit. Just thinking about it made them feel disgusted. However, it was still rather difficult to commit suicide. They were all cultivators, so biting their tongues to commit suicide was not realistic at all. Basically, they would not die. The aura of despair gradually enveloped the entire area and also affected the cultivators at the side. They had been holding on to hope before, but now that they saw the cultivators who had been captured, their hearts turned cold. Was there really no way to escape? Continue shouting. Why aren't you shouting anymore? The evil spirit race glanced over. They just wanted to hear the curses. The more vicious the other party's curses, the better. In any case, they had nothing to do here. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the sound of footsteps approached them step by step. The heavy footsteps immediately attracted their attention. Who's back? I wonder if he will bring back many cultivators. If there are a lot of them, we can split them up and eat them right now. The evil spirit race even licked his lips. The one who appeared in their line of sight was not from the same race, but from Yi Tianyin, who was walking over step by step. As soon as he appeared, he looked at them coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who are you? When they saw Yi Tianyin, they immediately became vigilant. A weapon quickly appeared in their hands, and they surrounded Yi Tianyin. This unfamiliar face was obviously not one of their own. There weren't many of them to begin with, so they would remember all their faces. Yi Tianyin waved his hand, grabbing their necks in the air and lifting them up. He continuously swayed his feet in the air. His mouth could only emit yes sounds. He could not make any other sounds, not even half a word. Immediately after, Yi Tianyin waved his other hand, and with a pa-pa-pa sound, the iron chains binding them turned into a pile of powder that fell to the ground, and the cage that imprisoned them turned into a pile of ashes. They were all dumbfounded. The sudden change caused them to be flabbergasted, and they were unable to react to what was going on. They all thought that they were dead for sure, and that it was impossible for them to survive. Who would have thought that a youth would appear out of nowhere and not only liberate them, he would also control the guards, kill them. Yi Tianyin threw out the 3 evil spirit race S that he had picked up. Their powers were all sealed, and they couldn't even make a single sound. The cultivators who had been imprisoned for a long time had their eyes filled with shock, but soon after, there was even more anger in them. They randomly picked up things and threw them at the evil spirit race who had fallen to the ground. If there was nothing, they would punch and kick them. In any case, they just wanted to vent the anger in their hearts. Although they hadn't eaten for a long time and had been tortured to a terrible state, when they erupted, each of them was more powerful than the last. 3 core transformation stage evil spirit race S were beaten to death, just like that. Chapter 865. I'll leave this place to you. Whether it's the ones who broke in or the ones who escaped, I'll leave them to you to deal with. Kill them all. Tianyin glanced at the dumbfounded cultivators and added, just like you, they were tortured. As for what you think, that's up to you. When the 12 golden hairpins saw them, their cold gazes immediately softened. Seeing that they had suffered the same fate, they naturally could not be heartless. After explaining things clearly, Tianyin walked straight into the depths of the abyss. He seemed to be taking one step at a time, but the next moment he disappeared from everyone's sight. After Tianyin left, the group of people stared blankly in the direction in which he had left. Who? Who is he? Savior? They stared blankly at the entrance, then at the 12 golden hairpins. They did not know what Tianyin had meant. The 12 golden hairpins did not say much. One by one, they took out food and all kinds of clean clothes for the women to wear or eat. At the same time, they said something and comforted the trapped people. After entering, Tianyin walked through the long corridor in 2 or 3 steps. After passing through this walkway, what came into view was a huge, winding staircase. It went down in circles, endlessly. It was as if, after walking out of this corridor, he had arrived at another abyss. Who are you? The guards on the side hurriedly raised their weapons to attack. However, with a flick of Tianyin's hand, the guards turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Tianyin walked forward and looked down the bottomless pit in front of him. He discovered that at the bottom was a huge array. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this array was a transportation array. He had not expected that there would be a transportation array at the bottom. This made him very surprised. Where did this teleportation array lead to? However, the situation that had unfolded now made him very angry. Beside this transportation array, there were several blood ponds with many corpses in them. The corpses of the cultivators could be seen with the naked eye. A steady stream of blood flowed down the lines of the array and filled the entire transportation array. On the side, there were 3 evil spirit race as presiding over something, constantly chanting, as if they were chanting an incantation. Tianyin frowned and jumped down. Boom! He stepped on the teleportation array, and with a loud noise, the teleportation array was dented, and it was directly destroyed. The host and the 3 evil spirit race beings were directly sent flying. They died before they could even scream. It could even be said that they had turned into ashes before they could even see what had happened. The cultivations of these 3 evil spirit race masters weren't low. All of them were at the Saint King stage. They should be 3 of the 5 remaining evil spirit race masters. Tianyin didn't care about their lives and simply stomped them to death. You, who are you? Those familiar words rang in his ears once again. Was there nothing else to say other than these words? Tianyin turned his head and saw that there were 5 thrones on the side, 2 of which were occupied by people at the Saint King stage. Of the 5, 3 were dead, of course, only 2 were left. When they saw Tianyin suddenly appear and kill their companion with a single kick, they were scared out of their wits. They all knew the cultivation of their companion. The fact that he was killed by a single kick was enough to prove how terrifying his cultivation was. Is it important who I am? Tianyin stretched out his hand and pinched the void. The 2 of them were immediately lifted up. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from Tianyin's restraint. Then the 2 evil spirit race masters were dragged over by Tianyin. After arriving in front of him, Tianyin looked at them coldly and said, "Why are you drawing a teleportation formation here?" "Humph! Even if we die, we won't tell you." They weren't afraid of death at all. Although they were a bit cruel, they had a lot of backbone. "Won't tell you?" Tianyin stretched out his hand and grabbed the head of one of the evil spirit race masters. He immediately used Soul Search to extract the memories of the evil spirit race master. Previously, his cultivation was relatively low, so it was a bit difficult for him to use Soul Search on St. King stage cultivators. But now it was different. With his cultivation greatly increased, it was relatively easy to use Soul Search. Even if he couldn't search all of the memories, at least he could search some of them. After a while, the evil spirit race's head suddenly exploded, along with its body. It really gave people a fright. I found a lot of information. It seems that you arranged this teleportation formation to teleport to the underworld. Tianyin shook his head and said, "It seems that the underworld is really your paradise, but your people in the underworld are all dead. Even if you go down there, it's useless." What? The evil spirit race master was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on. Tianyin grabbed his head again and began to search his soul crazily. The memories he obtained weren't very complete, so he wanted to search again. When the evil spirit race master's memories were crazily searched, his eyes rolled back. Very quickly, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was a tragic sight. Tianyin had never held back when dealing with them. A moment later, the evil spirit race's ancestor also exploded and died. The speed of the search was too fast, to the point that they couldn't withstand it, resulting in their bodies exploding. Tianyun's eyes flickered. He roughly knew what was going on. They wanted to open the underworld teleportation formation and wait for their companions to rescue them. Since they could only move around in this area, they dug a deep pit. There were many evil spirit race people living here, so it was perfect as a hiding spot. Old ancestor. The commotion here was quite big, so many evil spirit race people came down from above. There were all kinds of races mixed together, and there were even some with the bloodline of the dragon race. It was obvious that they had captured a lot of people. They were truly despicable. When they saw Tianyin, their eyes immediately turned red, and they said angrily, "You actually killed the ancestor. Fight him to the death." The group of people had long since believed in the 5 ancestors and had been completely brainwashed. There was no way to save them. "It's time to end this." Tianyin stepped on the ground, and with a boom, he flew up, and then with a flip of his hand, he fiercely pressed down on the tunnel, and a huge palm pressed down from the sky. The tyrannical giant palm shattered the tunnel inch by inch. Before the evil spirit race in the room could even react, they were already completely dead. Chapter 866. After Tianyin destroyed this place, he quickly left the passage. There were also many corpses outside. It was obvious that the evil spirit clan had come up from below, or some of them had come back, but they encountered the 12 golden hairpins and were easily dealt with. The 12 golden hairpins' cultivation was very strong. Even the weakest among them was at the core transformation stage, so as long as it was not a Spirit King stage cultivator, they could deal with them easily. "Leave this place." After Tianyin came out, he looked at them and led the way out. The group of cultivators followed. With the help of the 12 golden hairpins, they had recovered a lot of strength so they could quickly keep up. Only some of the more serious injuries needed someone to support them. Tianyin did not speed up his pace. Instead, he slowly walked outside. He was not in a hurry at all. The situation here had been resolved. Logically speaking, he should be able to breathe a sigh of relief, but he was still frowning. They will be here in a few months' time. Tianyun's face was gloomy. When he was searching through the memories of those 2 fellows, he discovered an extremely terrifying thing, and that was that these evil spirit races had used the transmission array to contact their own race. He did not expect that the teleportation array could not only lead to the underworld, but also serve as a communication array that could allow them to contact their clansmen in the ancestral land. After contacting them, the other party said that they had already sent powerful reinforcements. They would arrive in at most 3 to 4 months, or at least 2 months. This meant that the evil spirit clan's army did not have much time left. In just a few months, there were still many things that needed to be planned. After all, they had just started their operation not long ago. After a comprehensive cleanup, there were still many aspects that needed to be dealt with. Who would have thought that they would only have 3 to 4 months? Less than half a year? This was too rushed. It could be said that in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. This matter must be spread out and reported to the 3 realms as soon as possible. This was not a joke. There was not much time left. Even if they had any grudges before, they had to let go of them now. If they still fought for power, they would not even know how they died. It seems that I have to race against time. Tianyin hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. He had thought that there would still be a long time, but it seemed like the other party couldn't wait any longer and was madly attacking him. If they could hold on, they could continue protecting the 3 realms. But if they lost, all of them would be finished. After exiting, Tianyin waved his hand, and they flew together with him. They didn't even need Tianyin to carry them. They could easily fly up. In fact, if one's cultivation reached the Spirit King stage, he would be able to fly easily. It was equivalent to using an invisible spiritual power to bind them and then dragging them up into the sky. It was that simple. Under Tianyun's lead, they quickly flew out of the area. When they flew outside, Tianyin put them down and said, "You can leave now. There won't be any danger here." Some of the cultivators were pleasantly surprised. They kowtowed to Tianyin to express their gratitude and quickly left the place. Most of the cultivators knelt in front of Tianyin and did not leave. "What do you mean by this?" Tianyin frowned and said, "We want to follow our benefactor. Our sisters have already told us that our family members have already been killed. We only want revenge in our hearts and want to kill all the evil spirit race S." "That's right. Our only motivation now is to kill all the evil spirit race. So please, benefactor, take us in." They all knelt on the ground and begged Tianyin to take them in. They had nowhere else to go. Their loved ones had long been plundered and eaten in front of them. They were filled with anger and despair. Now that they had come out alive, they had already lost their motivation to live. All they wanted was revenge. Apart from revenge, they still wanted revenge. "Master, we will be responsible for training them. We won't burden you at all." One of the 12 golden hairpins immediately stood up and pleaded. They all had the same experience, so they didn't need to communicate too much. They already had a great tacit understanding with each other. "Good." Tianyin looked at them and said, "You have your own rights. I won't object to taking them in. But in return, you have to take good care of them." "We will." The 12 golden hairpins shouted in unison. "Very good. I will give you a task now. Kill all the evil spirit race in this area. I believe you all know the specifics." Tianyun's eyes flashed. "I promise to complete the task." The 12 golden hairpins' eyes were full of surprise. They immediately stood up and quickly left the area with the injured. Some of them found a place to rest. These people were handed over to them. They were the subordinates of the 12 golden hairpins. Ding successfully subdued Huayu as a divine general. Reward 500,000 EXP, 20,000 crazy point, 20,000 proficiency. Ding successfully subdued Yufeng as a divine general. Reward. At this time, notifications kept popping up. They all became divine generals. Tianyin looked at the notification and didn't feel surprised. They chose to follow the 12 golden hairpins, which is equivalent to following him, so the reward will naturally go to him. Tianyin looked at the back of the 2 girls, then disappeared from the area with a single step. In the Heavenly Abyss Forest, the powerful evil spirit race has been killed, so there is no need to worry about them. That's why he let them do this task. Kill all the evil spirit race in this area. This is their task, and it is also a task for the new recruits to gain experience. In a blink of an eye, Tianyin quickly returned to Fengtian Divine Kingdom. As soon as he saw his grandfather, he hurriedly said, "Grandpa, Quickly issue the order to gather all the alliances here. There is a very serious matter to announce. He is now going to announce the situation of the evil spirit race's attack. There is not much time left. He needs to start immediately. Is the evil spirit race going to attack? Yi Yuanlong is not a fool. Looking at Yi Tianyin's expression, he knows what is going on. Yes, it is only 3 or 4 months at most, maybe even less. Yi Tianyin said, truthfully, "Well, I will go and issue the message now." Yi Yuanlong was shocked, but now he can only fight with everything he has. Yi Tianyin's eyes were burning. He clenched his fist and said solemnly, "This is a fight to the death. I only hope that the evil spirit race is not too strong." Chapter 867. After the news was released, many rulers of the celestial nations came one after another, not daring to be negligent. After all, the power of the 10 stars was still there, who had dared to go against the Feng Tian divine nation. The Feng Tian divine nation had always been famous, but as time went by, they started to decline and their prestige started to diminish. But overall, they were still quite terrifying. They were a little afraid, but they had to come to the Feng Tian imperial capital. They were not afraid outside. Now that Yi Tianyin had displayed his terrifying power, they did not dare to resist at all. If they resisted, the 10 stars would suppress them, and their imperial capital would immediately be reduced to ashes. Their strongest force was gone. What else could they use to fight? The most prosperous place was the imperial capital. Now that the imperial capital was gone, how could they resist? Soon they gathered one by one. The lowest level was the empire, and no third-rank forces came. It was not that they looked down on the third-rank forces, but there were too many of them, and it was undoubtedly much simpler for the empire to give the order. "King Yi, why have you gathered us this time?" They all looked over, but they looked at Yi Tianyin more, because the one who really shocked them was not Yi Yuanlong, but Yi Tianyin. They knew that the real power was Yi Tianyin, not Yi Yuanlong. "Let our second elder explain." Yi Yuanlong gestured to Yi Tianyin to explain the situation. "The situation is relatively simple. The evil spirit race is preparing to invade. We do not know how strong the enemy is, but they are definitely not weak. At least one of them is above the God King stage." Yi Tianyin said seriously, "More than one God King? And this is still a conservative estimate?" They were all dumbfounded, and their faces turned green and white. This was quite a shocking thing. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. If that was really the case, they would be in great danger. Yes, this is only a conservative estimate, and it might be more. Previously, we sent 2 batches of experts to attack, but they were stopped. The 3rd batch this time would only be larger than the previous batch. When I said 1 God King stage expert, I just wanted you to be mentally prepared. According to my estimation, there are at least 3 of them. Yi Tianyin said calmly, maybe even the late stage. Maybe even the 8th or 9th level of the God King stage will appear. As for Saint King stage cultivators, they are like cabbages in the market. This wasn't a joke during the meeting. It was possible that there would be more than 3 God King stage cultivators. Saint King stage cultivators would definitely be as common as cabbages. He guessed that there were at least dozens of Saint King stage powerhouses. For the 3 realms, Saint King stage powerhouses are relatively rare, but for the outside world they are equivalent to cabbages that can be found everywhere. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The impact of this news was too great for them. He had thought that the heaven-sealing God nation would say something, such as an integration plan, but who would have thought that they would say something so terrifying? Then how much time do we have to prepare for this? One of the kings asked a crucial question. "The longest is 4 months, the shortest is 1 month," Yi Tianyin said honestly. "What?" Everyone stood up in shock and couldn't even sit on their chairs. This time was too short, so short that they couldn't believe it. Thinking that they would arrive here in such a short time, everyone panicked. If it was an ordinary evil spirit race, they certainly wouldn't worry. But in the face of so many god kings and Saint King stage cultivators, how could they not panic? Elder E, is there any basis for this? One of the kings had a dignified look on his face. He felt that this news came too fast and too strange. He couldn't believe it. When I went to the evil spirit race's hideout, I found out about it through soul-searching. Tianyan said indifferently, Maybe they're just imagining things. In fact, it's not that fast. One of the kings comforted himself. Even if it takes a year or a half, or even 10 years, they will eventually come. Tianyan looked at him coldly and said, We are preparing in advance. What's wrong with that? Everyone looked at each other and saw the different expressions in each other's eyes. Some of them didn't believe it. Some were shocked. Some were afraid. There were all kinds of emotions. Among them, there were some who didn't believe it. They all thought that Tianyan wanted to take advantage of this crisis to control the power in his hands. However, they didn't say it out loud. They all chose to nod. Now I suggest that everyone prepare. The detailed strategy is up to you to decide. After all, this time the enemy is coming aggressively. They may come through any area. We must know where to come from, so that we can prepare a strategy. Tianyan directly threw the specific strategy to them, Yuanlong and other senior generation leaders, to decide. It's not that he is a hands-off leader, but many of the people present know how to arrange the strategy. After all, this time he is not fighting alone, but the entire heaven realm. But I suggest that you must follow the instructions of Feng Tian Divine Kingdom. Tianyan said the most important point. Without a leader to control everything, it is easy to fall into chaos, so it is necessary to distribute the work. What you want, we have to give you. One of the kings couldn't help but ask. Yes, Tianyan said simply. I object to this. If you abuse your power and transfer our resources, when the time comes, we won't be able to attack. Won't we suffer a great loss? One of the kings thought of this matter and felt very unhappy. When we formed the alliance, I said that we need absolute power. Don't you know that? Tianyan looked at him coldly. But we can't do that. If we listen to you completely, won't we be finished? Yes. I also support King Luyu. If all our resources are transferred, won't we suffer a great loss? They expressed their dissatisfaction, thinking that they might abuse their power and transfer all their resources. If you don't listen, you can get out of the alliance now. When the time comes, don't come begging us on your knees. Tianyan's eyes turned cold, and he directly said, He can't be bothered to use the title of World Savior to suppress them. It is up to them. If they don't come, then scram. Good. You said it. Maybe it is all nonsense, not the truth. You are just taking advantage of the crisis to scare us, so that you can steal our resources. If we want to leave, then leave. We won't regret it. Chapter 868. Sure, if you want to leave, you can leave now. By then, we won't care about your situation. You can do whatever you want. Our Feng Tian Divine Kingdom is not a savior, so we can't care so much. Tianyan waved his hand and couldn't be bothered to say anything more to them. They had clearly agreed on it before, but now they were rebounding. This is not beyond Tianyan's expectation. After all, it's hard to gather them with coercion. The cohesion is too weak. If they had only agreed because of threats, it would be even more dangerous. Therefore, Tianyan couldn't be bothered with them. He was not a savior. Since someone wanted to die, they couldn't blame him. We don't care. We've been here for so long. The evil spirit race might not even dare to come. Yes, it's a waste of time if we leave now. With one person objecting, the others became bolder and left the alliance. They didn't plan to join this alliance. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 country lords chose to leave the alliance. However, this was only a small portion. Most of them didn't choose to leave. They chose to wait and see, or were willing to listen to Tianyan. Tianyan glanced at them coldly. These country lords' rankings were not low. Some were even in the top 10 forces, country lords. Among them, the country lords who were previously in the top 2 chose to sit there calmly and didn't say a word. They either chose to wait and see or not choose to leave. Have a safe trip. Yi Tianyin gestured for them to leave. There was no need to keep these kinds of people. They would be unsociable in the future. Let's go. The 4 or 5 country lords weren't willing to hand over their divine kingdoms to outsiders. They also didn't want to listen to Yi Tianyin and the others' orders. They especially didn't believe Yi Tianyin's words. It might be a conspiracy, a reason to openly plunder resources. They definitely weren't willing to do this. They would only think that those who stayed were fools. They were the real, smart ones. After they left, Yi Tianyin looked at the king, who continued to stay, and said calmly, "Who else wants to leave? If you continue to stay here, it means that you're acknowledging what I've just said. All orders must be obeyed. We will definitely obey the sky-sealing godly kingdom's orders. The late emperor has already instructed us to obey the sky-sealing godly kingdom's orders." The ruler of the first-ranked, tyrannical godly kingdom smiled faintly, indicating that he was willing to stand beside Yi Tianyin. "We are also willing to stand by the heaven-sealing divine kingdom side. The late emperor also warned us." The ruler of the Moon Dragon God Kingdom, who was previously ranked second, also chose to stand on their side in a friendly manner. The other rulers who wanted to leave were shocked. They had not expected the top 2 rulers to follow the lead of the Fengtian Divine Kingdom. Why was it the previous rankings? Now that Yi Tianyin had displayed his strength, the rankings had changed. In everyone's hearts, Yi Tianyin's side was the strongest celestial kingdom in the heavenly realm. Now that 2 celestial kingdoms had chosen sides, some of the rulers who had been hesitating immediately made up their minds and chose to listen to the sky-sealing godly kingdom's orders. "It seems like you guys trust me." Yi Tianyin smiled. "That's right. The late emperor has always said that the sky-sealing godly kingdom is the leader of the heavenly realm. Be it in the past or now, it is the leader of the heavenly realm. Since that's the case, how can we disobey?" Each of them spoke better than they sang. Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes as he observed their expressions. He knew that they were all vixens. They were just trying to figure out the big picture. Everything would depend on the situation in the future. For now, they had made their decision. It would be the stupidest thing to do if their relationship became strained. I know that all of you have some doubts in your hearts. Or perhaps you think that we will plunder your resources openly. Yi Tianyin said indifferently, "To be honest, the sky-sealing godly kingdom is not interested in your resources. The main thing is to integrate and support each other when the time comes. Otherwise, when the time comes, no matter how many resources we have, they will all be used by the evil spirit race." No matter what they were thinking, Yi Tianyin was unable to see through them. However, being able to stay and listen to their instructions was the best outcome. Of course, all of the kings nodded. They had never seen the terror of the evil spirit race before, but their ancestors had recorded it. Just this point alone was very clear. Following that, Yi Tianyin handed the authority to speak to Yi Yuanlong and explain the general situation. Very quickly, the meeting ended. Yi Tianyin did not continue to stay here, but immediately rushed to the mortal realm and the netherworld to announce this matter. Before leaving, Yi Tianyin urged them to continue to increase their efforts to exterminate the evil spirit race. Exterminating all of the evil spirit race in the heaven realm was the most important thing at the moment. Others might not know if the evil spirit race had been exterminated or not, but Yi Tianyin was very clear about it. After all, the mission had not been completed, so of course the evil spirit race had not been exterminated. Although those people had left the alliance because they had already formed an alliance before, the completion rate of the mission would not decrease. Otherwise, he was afraid that his experience would be reduced, and his mission completion rate would also be reduced. Very quickly, when he arrived at the mortal realm to announce this matter, everything went very smoothly. They immediately began to prepare to resist the evil spirit race. No one chose to leave or did not believe it. The netherworld was even simpler. It was as if it was their own home. After the announcement, all of them agreed with Yi Tianyin's words. If they wanted any resources, they would take them out without a second thought. The difference was simply too great. The main reason was that the heaven realm had suffered too little damage from the evil spirit race. The mortal realm and the netherworld had suffered more severe damage, and they all knew how terrifying the evil spirit race was. That was why they listened to Yi Tianyin's orders. It seemed that sometimes when people were too comfortable, it would be difficult for them to unite. All right, the rest is more or less done. Yi Tianyin stared at the sky. His next mission was to check the entrance passageway to the three realms. Of course, the three realms had an entrance passageway, but if one wanted to leave, they would not be able to leave the three realms without powerful strength or powerful treasures. This was like being trapped in a cage. Without strength, there was no way to break out of this cage. Then he stomped on the ground and turned into a sharp arrow that flew into the sky. The area he was currently in was the mortal realm. The mortal realm had a passageway out, but it was usually tightly shut. It should be said that there was originally a passageway out of any place. It was just that under the combined efforts of the three divine kings, the divine inscriptions had enveloped a large area of the sky. This was equivalent to forming a protective barrier to resist the invasion of outsiders. Chapter 869. After the passageway was opened, a whirlpool-like passageway appeared. Yi Tianyin quickly drilled into it. After entering the passageway, not far ahead, there was a pitch-black hole that seemed to lead to an unknown region. He quickly flew forward. After passing through the passageway, he saw a pitch-black world. Outside, there were countless stars and planets floating in the sky. This is the outside of the three realms. There is no air at all. But this is not a problem for him. Around him, there are countless boulders floating on the side. There are also several pitch-black whirlpools. This pitch-black whirlpool gave him a feeling that if he drilled into it, he would die without a doubt. Outside this whirlpool, there are countless boulders, forming a wall surrounding it. After he flew out, he turned his head to look back. In front of him is a huge planet, but this planet looks very strange. It is actually divided into 3 layers. This is the 3 realms. The top is the heaven realm, the middle is the mortal realm, and the bottom is the netherworld. The layers are stacked together, and now they are all covered by layers of thick clouds. From here, he can clearly see the situation inside. After breaking through to the God King stage, Yi Tianyin's various aspects have greatly improved, and his eyes can see further. Now he can clearly see that Shuiyun is busy with other things. Many god kingdoms of the netherworld are constantly gathering, setting up teleportation points in various places. Teleportation points definitely need to be set up, and it also needs a lot of effort. This is the reason why they formed an alliance. Every region needs to set up teleportation points. No matter how you fly, you will definitely not be faster than teleportation points. With the support of teleportation points, it will be much faster, far faster than flying. The mortal realm's protection is indeed a bit weaker. Yi Tianyin looked up and down at the protective barrier. Although the mortal realm's protective barrier has many layers of protection, it is still a bit weaker overall. The main problem is that under the pressure of the heaven realm and the netherworld, the middle layer has some pressure, making the spiritual power thin, causing it to be more fragile. Because of this, the 3 god kings continuously strengthened the mortal realm's protective barrier, making it stronger. But no matter how much they strengthen it, it can't be stronger than the other 2 realms. Yi Tianyin looked at the heaven realm and the netherworld realm. The heaven realm was made up of 10 stars that covered a large area. At the same time, it formed a protective array that firmly enveloped the heavenly realm. The underworld was the weakest region on the side. There was an ancient underworld divine pagoda there. Once one got close to it, they would be sucked in immediately. Yi Tianyin could feel the strong suction force. Anyone who approached would be immediately sucked in. It would not differentiate between friend or foe. As for the other areas, they were much tougher and more difficult to break through. The main thing was that there were layers of thick barriers that were difficult to break through. However, just because it was difficult to pierce through didn't mean that it couldn't be pierced. He just needed to put in a bit more effort to do so. However, this barrier wasn't just for defense. It could also be used to counterattack. If a few divine king stage experts came, I'm afraid they could easily break this barrier. Tianyan shook his head. He didn't think it would be difficult. If a divine king stage expert came this time, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break this barrier. This was basically equivalent to an empty shell and had no effect at all. I just hope that the one who came this time is a bit weaker. Tianyan sighed. He looked at the well-constructed 3 realms. This was the best defense left by the 3 divine kings before they left. Then he turned his head and looked outside. It was pitch black outside and there were rocks everywhere. Logically speaking, it was impossible to find this place. After all, it was blocked by all kinds of rocks. Moreover, the seemingly terrifying pitch-black whirlpool could be used as a natural defense. Tianyan flew over quickly. There was no resistance at all. He flew forward easily. Along the way, he looked around. Finally, he found a relatively safe way out of the pile of rocks. There were so many places, but there was only one place that he could enter and leave at will. If he flew randomly in other places, he would be smashed by the rocks or sucked into the black whirlpool. At that time, he would definitely die. Tianyan looked at the black whirlpool, and the appraisal eye showed him the detailed information. Black whirlpool. Extremely strong suction force. After being sucked in, if your cultivation is not strong enough, you will be easily torn into pieces. Warning, warning. The black whirlpool is extremely dangerous. Do not go near it. It even issued a warning, which meant that with his current strength, if he went near it, he would definitely die. This black whirlpool is really terrifying. It's probably caused by space shattering. If I go near it, I'll definitely die. Tianyan turned his gaze back to the entrance. It was still covered with a layer of divine inscriptions blocking the entrance. From the outside, it looked like there was no entrance, and he couldn't see the situation of the 3 realms. Without a doubt, this was a formation set up by the 3 divine kings before they left to prevent intruders from discovering it. However, the current situation seemed to be meaningless. The formation had been mostly destroyed, and the effect was negligible. It was obvious that it was destroyed by the second batch of evil spirit race. They probably flew towards the netherworld as soon as they arrived, but who knew that they would be sucked in? Let's set up a formation here first. Tianyan quickly flew to the gap and landed among the rocks. He started to carve divine inscriptions to set up a formation. Very quickly, he carved a bewildering formation here, temporarily blocking the entrance. He knew that with his current level, he would not be able to deceive the evil spirit race perfectly. The evil spirit race clearly knew about the stronghold here, so it was useless no matter how hard they tried to hide it. They already knew the location of this place, so there was no way they could hide it. What he needed now was to make a mark. If someone destroyed this place, he would be alerted immediately. This was the main point, so that he would know that someone had barged in, and he would immediately declare war. At that time, he would kill his way out and fight with them fiercely, reducing as much as he could. It's done. Tianyan took a deep breath. He had set up several divine inscription formations here, sealing this place tightly. It was not an easy task to set up a formation on these rocks. They would often fly around randomly. If it were to hit someone, the impact would not be inferior to being hit by a God King stage expert. On the way, he had been smashed several times. If it wasn't for his thick skin, he would have been smashed into a meat patty. After checking again and confirming that there were no problems, he flew back and did not stay here any longer. Right now, he was waiting for the evil spirit race to come and prepare for a battle to the death. Chapter 870. After setting up the great array, Tianyan quickly returned to the heaven world and began to search for the evil spirit race. He wanted to complete all the quests now. He doesn't want to complicate things. He just wants to solve the internal problems first. However, the heaven realm is basically mobilized Most of the cultivators have gone to search for the evil spirit race. This is the order issued by him. It is equivalent to the order issued by the Fengtian divine nation. So the search is very crazy. After a week of searching, all the evil spirit race who were hiding in the heaven realm were finally eliminated. This process is really difficult. They hid one by one, and they hid in several places. The main reason is that Yi Tianyin destroyed the evil spirit race's nest before, so they hurriedly looked for a place to hide. Who knows where they can hide from the entire heaven realm? They are indeed hiding very deep, but because Yi Tianyin joined the search, everything became simple. At most it will take some time. Ding! Completed main quest. Unify the heaven realm. Eradicate all the evil spirit race in the heaven realm. Reward: 60 billion EXP, 6 million crazy points, 800,000 SBS, and obtained a new title, King of Heaven Realm. King of Heaven Realm. Damage increased by 10 times in the Heaven Realm. The effect of the title does not change. It's just the difference in the region. Overall, it is very useful. Relying on this, his combat power can be multiplied many times. Ding! Successfully accepted the Three Realms Ultimate Quest. Resist the invaders, destroy them, and complete the true unification of the Three Realms. Reward: 200 billion EXP, 10 million crazy points, 10 million SBS, 10 million proficiency points, and the three titles will be combined into a new title, God of the Three Realms. Ultimate Quest. Yi Tianyin's eyes narrowed. This reward is really tempting. It is the most reward in the history of the Three Realms Ultimate Quest. But this is the first time he has seen the Three Realms Ultimate Quest. Does it mean that it is the final quest in the Three Realms? It seems that now is the time to wait for the war to come. This war can only be won, not lost. Yi Tianyin's eyes flickered, and he immediately started to make preparations, such as forging weapons and setting up a large array with them. The Three Realms entered an unprecedented state of unity. All of this was brought about by Yi Tianyin. It had been a long time since they had such a strong sense of unity. Time passed quickly. 1 month passed, then 2 months. Everyone's hearts were stretched taut, and they didn't relax at all. It was the same for Yi Tianyin as well. He had set up countless formations and even forged many weapons. All the resources were provided to him for him to forge. Due to this change, the proficiency of his 3 specializations soared crazily. In the end, he actually stepped into the domain of the Creator. Ding! This meant that this was no longer a divine artifact, but an existence of a higher level than a divine artifact. It seemed like the evil spirit race was definitely going all out to take down the Three Realms. Unknown spirit ship, intercept it! Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed, and the evil spirit, divine, sword appeared in his hand. This was currently his strongest weapon. The rest of his weapons were mid-grade divine artifacts, but they were not divine artifacts. He had to intercept it ahead of time. If he allowed this spirit ship to pass through, it would absolutely pierce through the entire Three Realms. General, a human has appeared in front of us. His cultivation should be at the early God King stage, not too high. The intelligence officer said immediately, "Reckless human. I can't be bothered to pay attention to him. Just a slight scratch, and he'll be reduced to ashes." General Longtay sneered and looked down on the human cultivator who had just appeared. In his opinion, the cultivators in these places were just aborigines. What kind of power could they have? Immediately after, the spirit ship increased its power and pierced through at the speed of light. It wanted to ignore Yi Tianyin, who was in front of it, and pierce through the Three Realms. After entering the piercing mode, its combat power began to soar. It was no longer the previous 1 trillion, but 3 trillion. It was a full 300 billion increase in combat power. How terrifying! Don't even think about it. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold as he activated the berserk mode in his body. His combat power instantly exploded. 32 times damage mode activate. 800 billion combat power. 900 billion combat power. 1 trillion combat power. 1. 3 trillion combat power. 1. 5 trillion combat power. 1. 8 trillion combat power. Finally, under the stacking of 35 times damage, its combat power exploded to 1. 8 trillion combat power. It directly crushed the spirit ship's explosive power. A tyrannical aura was released from his body, causing the surrounding space to distort. It was about to collapse from the pressure of this power. This was the level of most of his explosive power, and it was not the limit. If he stayed in the 3 realms, he could increase the damage by 10 times, but he had to stop the invaders outside to minimize the damage. At the same time, his body began to grow crazily, turning into a huge evil spirits. The berserk black flames raged in all directions. He wanted to ensure that all the evil spirit races that lived in this space could be easily exterminated by him. Immediately, he rushed forward, raised the evil spirit divine sword in his hand, and heavily slashed down. Evil spirits, world-breaking slash. A deep roar came from his throat. A massive black sword light shot forwards, turning into a long black whip that wanted to cut the spirit ship in half. This power, how is it possible? The evil spirit controlling the spirit ship was shocked and immediately shouted to his companions, "Quickly, quickly! Quickly increase the power to the maximum. This power is beyond the power of the spirit ship." But everything was too late. The eruption was just a matter of a snap of the fingers, and the black whip heavily lashed out. Boom! The terrifying power exploded on the spirit ship, but it did not cut the spirit ship in half. Instead, it was heavily whipped out. The spirit ship twisted wildly in the air, covered with black flames, constantly rolling upwards, swallowing the spirit ship. The penetrative strength within directly broke through the defenses of the spirit ship, constantly suppressing it. Poochie, one by one, the evil spirits madly vomited blood. Even if they did not die, they were seriously injured. Many of them were relatively close to the edge and were directly killed. These were all evil spirits at the Saint King stage, and under such a shock, they exploded into a blood mist. But this was not the end. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and quickly came to the side, and once again fiercely lashed out, without the slightest intention of stopping. Take advantage of the enemy's weakness. With another heavy whip, the spirit ship was sent flying again, and many of the evil spirits inside were blown into a blood mist. But the spirit ship was still not damaged, and only 2 deep marks could be seen on it, but the spirit ship did not explode. This spirit ship was too hard. It was simply terrifying. Chapter 872. When Yi Tianyin wanted to send the spirit ship flying again, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure stretched out his hand and flicked the spirit ship, and the spirit ship's black sword light was shattered into countless black lights. Yi Tianyun's eyes widened in shock. He was confident that this move could even suppress a peak God King stage cultivator. Yi Tianyun's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw Yi Tianyun's attack. This meant that the opponent that appeared had a cultivation base that was not as simple as it seemed. General Long, cultivation unknown, martial arts unknown, weaknesses unknown, equipment unknown, overall battle power. 2 trillion battle power under burst mode. 2 trillion combat power. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. The General Long Tay in front of him no longer has 8 arms, but 10. This means that this level of cultivation is not God King stage, but a higher level of cultivation, an existence stronger than God King stage. What level of cultivation is that? Yi Tianyin doesn't know. His current appraisal, I can't detect it, unless he upgrades it to update the information. However, upgrading requires a lot of crazy point, so it's not necessary for him to do so for the time being. He would rather use it to upgrade other martial arts or divine skills, it's more cost-effective. Appraisal I is nothing more than a detailed display of the opponent's data. This is a great help in battle. But for the time being, he only needs to know the opponent's combat power, a full 2 trillion combat power. His astonishing cultivation, coupled with his astonishing equipment, created a terrifying combat power. Sure enough, an extremely powerful existence has appeared. Yi Tianyan is not timid. Instead, he is full of fighting spirit, ready to fight. General Long Te looked at him up and down with a serious expression. He didn't expect such a powerful existence to appear here. If he didn't come out to stop the attack, his spirit ship would have been destroyed, especially when all the people he brought are dead. What's the point of fighting anymore? I didn't expect there to be such a strong existence here. No wonder they died here. General Long Te looked at him coldly and said, "But it's over. You've killed so many of our people. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, and choose to surrender, you must die. Are all of you from the evil spirit race so arrogant?" Yi Tianyan and General Long Te looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, won't you find out later?" General Long Te shouted. "Charge in. Break through the defenses of this area. Reporting to General, the operators of the spirit ship have either died or been severely wounded. We have no way of controlling it." Someone immediately said with a sound transmission, "Bastard." General Long Te's eyes turned cold, and he immediately shouted, "All troops advance! Kill your way down and occupy this area." As soon as he said that, countless evil spirit races experts rushed out of the spirit ship. The weakest among them was at the Spirit King stage, while the strongest was at the God King stage. Yi Tianyan swept his gaze across and immediately understood the general situation. There were 3 God King stage cultivators who had come out. There were more than 100 Saint King stage cultivators and more than 1,000 Spirit King stage cultivators. If General Long Te was included, it would be equivalent to a powerful army, enough to suppress the existence of any force. It was not as friendly as Yi Tianyan thought. There were too many experts sent out, so it was not a problem for them to occupy the 3 realms. But that was before. Now that they had Yi Tianyan, they were fully prepared. Yes, a deafening sound came from above, and a vast energy fluctuation spread throughout the area, and immediately they rushed towards the 3 realms. Without any hesitation, Yi Tianyan swung his sword towards the evil spirit race that was rushing towards him. A black light flashed crazily as Yi Tianyan swung his sword at dozens of Saint King stage experts. The evil spirit set's amazing long-range effect could kill these beasts from afar. Evil spirit, devour the heavens. General Long Te gently waved his 10 arms, and a huge evil spirit appeared beside him. The evil spirit's ferocious expression made it look like a real demon. Then it turned into a wall, blocking Yi Tianyan's attack. Boom! 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 After the violent attacks hit the evil spirits, they exploded one after another, but it didn't show which side was stronger. But it means that Yi Tianyan can't cause any damage to them, so he can only let them rush down. Your strength is not bad, but it's still not enough. Your opponent is me. General Long Te took out a huge magic staff. They all like to use magic staff very much. It's just a simple stick, but the level of this magic staff can be seen. It's a high-rank divine artifact. General Long Te deserves to be called a great general attack. His equipment is too good. It's too good to be true. He could tell that it was a superior grade god artifact just by casually taking out a weapon. The difference between them was not small at all. Is that so? Yi Tianyan's eyes flashed, and he quickly released his doppelgangers. The 3 doppelgangers quickly rushed towards the Saint King stage cultivators and directly went into a crazy killing mode. How can this be? General Long Te's pupils shrank when he saw the doppelgangers. He picked up his magic staff and waved it towards the doppelgangers, wanting to smash them. As he waved his wand, it released a dazzling black light. Combined with his extreme strength, countless ghoulish skeletons surged out and flew forward at high speed. Each ghoulish skeleton was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. When they came into contact with the rocks, they were easily swallowed. When they were about to bite Tianyun's doppelgangers, a dark sword light shot out at an even faster speed, carrying a red energy. Boom! Those evil spirit skeletons were cut in half just like that, and the overbearing sword light still penetrated forward, killing a large number of evil spirit race powerhouses who wanted to drill into the three realms. Didn't you say that your opponent is me? Tianyun's whole body exuded the aura of the dragon god. The dragon god bloodline was stimulated by him, and his power once again superimposed, reaching an incredible battle power. Especially when he triggered the critical hit effect just now. His battle power directly exploded to 3 trillion, reaching an unprecedented heaven, defying battle power. How can he still become stronger? Wasn't that his limit just now? General Long Ti's face sank. He thought that Tianyun's previous move was already the limit. He didn't expect that it could continue to increase. It was beyond his expectations. Chapter 873. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race. 3rd layer Saint King stage. Gained 26. 5 billion EXP. 1. For million crazy point. 200,000 SBS. Obtained evil spirit blood. Evil spirit bone. Evil spirit soul. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race. 2nd layer Saint King stage. Gained 23. 3 billion EXP1. 2 million crazy point 1. 5 million SBS. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race. 4th layer Saint King stage. Gained ding! Tianyun basically bought all the EXP cards he had, including crazy point card, sin value card, and crazy point card. Among them, the EXP card was 345 times. Plus 32 times. It was 377 times. As for the other crazy point, it was more than 20 times, enough to reach crazy point. With so many Saint King stage and Spirit King stage experts, how could he let them go? If he wanted to go crazy, he had to go crazy and use all the EXP cards he had. He knew that the gap between him and General Long Tay was not small, and he could even feel that General Long Tay had not used his full strength yet. If he didn't increase his cultivation, it would be difficult to make up for the gap between them. Just relying on crazy mode was not enough. Although returning to the 3 realms would increase the damage by 10 times, if he could, he didn't want to fight in the 3 realms. After all, this was a battle between God King stage experts. He didn't want to see the 3 realms become full of holes, even if he won. The 3 clones killed the evil spirit race in a frenzy. But no matter how crazy they were, there were only 3 clones. The rest of them were too lazy to care about their companions and rushed towards the 3 realms. Their order was to occupy the 3 realms, not to support their companions. Soon, many Spirit King stage evil spirit race and Saint King stage evil spirit race crazily approached the 3 realms. But when they were about to get close, a huge dragon roared and fiercely swung its tail, sending a group of evil spirit race away. Those who were hit by the tail directly exploded. If you want to go in, you have to pass me first. The one who came out was the Dragon King. He had transformed into a true dragon, and his huge body was enough to defend the heaven realm. On the other side of the netherworld, another figure suddenly charged out. This figure was an old man with a walking stick in his hand. He looked like he was about to step into a coffin at any moment. I never thought that I would be able to participate in such a great war in my lifetime. I kind of missed the time when I fought with the ancient underworld, godly king. The one who came out was a godly king of the underworld. However, even if he had broken through to the godly king stage, his lifespan was almost up. In fact, he wasn't technically a god king stage cultivator. Just like the old ancestor who had broken through to the Saint King stage before, he couldn't increase his cultivation, because they had not truly broken through. Their lifespans did not increase much. However, in terms of the power they grasped, they were indeed infinitely close to a god king. After he appeared, his body blossomed with heavenly een fire, burning his own body. Soon, he transformed into an incomparably young body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a handsome young man, and the walking stick in his hand had turned into a sword. Intruder, die! His gaze turned into a sharp sword as he swung the long sword in his hand, reaping lives in an attempt to stop their invasion. This old man, Tianyin, had investigated him before, but he was buried underground and sleeping. Since he didn't come out to harm the world, Tianyin didn't pay attention to him. When he felt the invasion of the outside world, he woke up from his sleep and exerted the last bit of his strength. The other side had a strong combat power, but they also didn't give up. Each one was crazier than the other, and they were absolutely willing to sacrifice their lives. It seems that your fighting spirit is quite strong, but do you think that we only have these few people? General Longtay sneered. Crush them for me! At this time, a large number of Saint King stage powerhouses suddenly rushed out of the spirit ship. 100, 200, 300. More than 300 Saint King stage powerhouses rushed out one after another, and each of them was not weak. All of them had reached the late Saint King stage. However, they looked really weak and didn't have the same imposing aura as their other companions. It was obvious that they had consumed too much energy on the way here, which led to this situation. There was no doubt that these Saint King stage powerhouses had consumed their energy on the spirit ship, causing this situation to occur. Now that they had no choice but to rush out and fight. Devour all of them to replenish our energy. Their eyes lit up. They were already hungry and thirsty. They wanted to devour all the life in the three realms. If they devour all of them, they will definitely recover a lot of energy. The number of Saint King stage powerhouses was already terrifying enough, but now there were suddenly 300 more Saint King stage powerhouses. It really made them dumbfounded. What can they do now? Are there so many Saint King stage powerhouses in the three realms? The answer is no. At most there are more than 100 of them, no more than that. There are more than 300 Saint King stage powerhouses here. It's like there are cabbages in the market. Tianyun's heart suddenly trembled when he saw this. If all of them rushed in, no matter how many defenses there are, it will be difficult to stop them. Once they all go in, it will turn into a terrible massacre. Purchase Sword Saint Set. Ding. Successfully purchased Sword Saint Set. Deducted 1 million Sin points. Sword Saint Set. 50 pieces of equipment. The user can transform into a Sword Saint. All swords within a radius of 10 miles below high-grade sacred tool can be controlled by the user. Up to 10,000 swords can be controlled. Sword Array. 10,000 swords unite as one. Consumes 100,000 crazy points to detonate all weapons, bursting out the power of all weapons to kill the enemy. This is a set of equipment at the same level as the Evil Spirit set. Because it's mainly used in group battles, he has never used it. But now it's different. He must exchange for so many evil spirit race cultivators. Otherwise, he won't be able to kill so many evil spirit race cultivators. Give me the equipment. Tianyin instantly equipped the Sword Saint set. His body immediately turned into a white robe. The original appearance of the evil spirits turned into a Sword Saint. 2 sword lights appeared in his eyes. Sword, come. Xiu, xiu, xiu. Tens of thousands of holy tools rushed out of the three realms. At the same time, many holy tools flew out of his storage ring. He was already prepared. He knew that the other party will definitely send a lot of people, so he prepared a lot of weapons, just to match the Sword Saint set. Suddenly, tens of thousands of holy tool-long swords floated around him. Go! Tianyin flicked his finger. Tens of thousands of holy tool level flying swords pierced through the Saint King stage powerhouses. Each of them contains terrifying combat power. 200 billion combat power. Chapter 874. Tens of thousands of saint rank flying swords crazily shot towards the evil spirit race in front of them. Each flying sword tore through space, and the surrounding space was cut open by this tyrannical power. After the flying sword swept past, the space was torn into thousands of holes, as if it would collapse at any time. Each of these flying swords had a combat power of 200 billion, which was enough to destroy a star. Wherever they went, everything was destroyed. This scene scared the surrounding evil spirit race to the point that their souls were about to fly away. Such a terrifying flying sword pierced through the air, and even from afar, they could feel the aura of death. Such powerful strength! The eyes of the Dragon King and the others lit up. They couldn't wait for Yi Tianyin to become stronger so that he could kill all these beasts. General Long Ti's expression immediately changed. He had never thought that there would be someone who could control so many flying swords at once. The tyrannical power was enough to split mountains and shatter rocks and destroy heaven and earth. "Stop right there!" General Long Ti roared and immediately rushed forward to block Yi Tianyun's attack. However, the tens of thousands of flying swords quickly dispersed. Even if they weren't as fast as General Long Ti, they still had the advantage in numbers. They quickly spread out in all directions, harvesting the evil spirit race in front of them. They didn't need to kill any Saint King stage powerhouses as long as they were from the evil spirit race. They would harvest them crazily. There were less than 10,000 evil spirit race as present, so they could easily attack with so many flying swords. Swish, swish, swish. A streak of sword light pierced through, turning the evil spirit race's huge body into a sieve wherever it went, and it couldn't be any more dead. Successfully killed evil spirit race, 3rd layer Spirit King stage, gained 2. 6 billion EXP 140. 000 crazy point, 30,000 SBS, gained evil spirit blood. Successfully killed evil spirit race, 4th layer Saint King stage, gained 30 billion EXP, 30 billion crazy points. Ding, so many flying swords began to kill in a frenzy, rapidly reaping many lives. The faces of the 3 divine King stage, evil spirit race, members darkened. They had no choice but to turn back to block the attack and knock the long sword away. Break! One of the demon gods roared angrily and slammed down ruthlessly. The sharp claws in his hands flickered with black light, and 5 sharp beams whizzed forward as he waved them. Bang, bang, bang! The 5 beams of light streaked forward to strike the 3 flying swords. The 3 sacred tier flying swords were torn apart, just like that. The weapons they used were not ordinary. They were all mid-grade divine weapons. But after the Saint tool is broken, there'll be flying swords to replace it. It doesn't need to be a Saint tool. As long as it is a soul tool, it can still be used to kill the evil spirit race. If the level of Saint King stage wasn't high, he could still suppress them. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyin for successfully breaking through to level 3 God King stage. Under the frenzied slaughter, his experience quickly soared. He had already gained a lot of experience, and this time he gained even more. Therefore, he quickly leveled up to the 4th level of the God King stage, and his combat power soared again. Brett, don't be so arrogant. General Long Ti's figure flashed, and he was already in front of Yi Tianyin. He raised his wand and smashed it down. Originally, he wanted to intercept these flying swords, but after thinking about it carefully, he remembered that the one who released the flying swords was Yi Tianyin. As long as he killed Yi Tianyin, then everything will be over. After the wand smashed down, it instantly locked the surrounding space. If you look carefully, you can see that General Long Ti's body is releasing a black golden light, which feels like black gold. His original body suddenly doubled in size. This time, General Long Ti is really serious. Yi Tianyin has completely angered him. Combat power, 7 trillion. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. His combat power increased by so much in a short period of time, which immediately made him feel great pressure. He is not wearing the evil spirit set, which greatly reduced his combat power. The power of the Holy Sword set is not bad, but in a one-on-one fight, close combat is undoubtedly very disadvantageous. Whether it is defense or speed, both are greatly reduced. When Tianyin wanted to dodge, he found that the surrounding space has been completely locked, as if there is an invisible wall around him, firmly sealing him inside. There is no way to escape. Teleport. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and in the next moment he appeared outside the space, not daring to forcibly resist. With teleportation, he can easily leave the locked space. This is a true divine skill. The divine skill is to ignore these things and frantically dodge. Boom! After he dodged, the wand smashed down heavily, accompanied by a loud bang. The space in the area that was smashed collapsed, and a terrifying black hole appeared, swallowing the surrounding spatial fragments. However, it quickly began to repair. The domain outside has the ability to repair, so unless it is an irreparable situation, it will quickly recover. How is this possible? General Long Tay is shocked. He has already used quite a bit of strength, but he is still unable to kill a God King. This is a great humiliation to him. For some reason, it just appeared beside him, making him puzzled. Tianyin can't be bothered with a shocked expression. He continuously controlled the tens of thousands of flying swords, quickly blocking the evil spirit race. So far, not a single one has broken in or even approached. The violent flying swords seem to have transformed into countless guards, killing any intruders without mercy. General Long Tay is shocked, but he does not stop attacking. As long as he does not kill Tianyin, then all his subordinates will definitely be killed. If he is the only one left, even if he wins, he will be blamed. He has brought out so many of his people, and if all of them die, it would be equivalent to his own incompetence. Die for me! General Long Tay roared, once again waving the wand in his hand. The eyes of the skull on it lit up, and when it smashed down, it also immediately locked onto Tianyun's escape space. It is basically impossible for him to escape. This attack is more ferocious than before, with a combat power of more than 10 billion. In anger, his combat power has also increased. Given his current situation, there is no way he can take it head-on, unless he changes his equipment. At least he has the strength to resist. But if he changes his equipment, the tens of thousands of flying swords will lose their effect. The cooldown time for teleportation is not over yet, and it will take at least an hour before he can teleport again. Could it be that he needs to quickly level up? This is obviously not worth it. He has an additional stone in his hand, Cooling God Stone. The Cooling God Stone can quickly recover the cooldown time of 2 hours, but it can only be used 10 times, but it is enough for him. Use! Teleportation cooldown is over. Swish! Chapter 875. Boom! An explosion resounded in the locked space, and just like before, the space was shattered. The result was the same as before. Tianyin easily dodged the attack. General Long's eyes widened. What the hell is going on? I attacked with all my might, but it didn't work at all? What the hell is going on? How did he escape without a sound? Even if it's teleportation, it shouldn't be possible. General Long's eyes were cold, and his heart was filled with anger. When he looked over, he found that many of his subordinates had been killed, especially the Spirit King Stage cultivators. The Saint King Stage cultivators were slightly better off, but that was the late stage. If it wasn't for the 3 God Kings blocking the flying swords, the losses would have been even more severe. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death. Looking at the densely packed flying swords, General Long's scalp went numb. He wanted to eat Tianyin bit by bit to vent his anger. Where are you going? Tianyin sneered at the side. He wanted to stall for time. With his current situation, he couldn't kill General Long, but stalling for time was not a problem. After he killed all of these evil spirit race S, he would definitely level up several times in a row. After leveling up, fighting with General Long would undoubtedly be a lot easier. Impossible! General Long roared, and once again waved the magic wand in his hand towards Yi Tianyan. The result was the same. Yi Tianyan immediately used the cooling god stone to teleport himself again, easily dodging the attack. The cooling god stone is really useful. Yi Tianyan was very satisfied with the result. If he could stall for time, then the three realms would definitely suffer the least damage, and this result was definitely what he wanted to see. What's going on? So strange. Why did it suddenly disappear? General Long's face sank. He felt that this was too strange, but if he looked carefully, it seemed to be a bit similar to spatial teleportation. But if it was spatial teleportation, how could it be so easy to escape? Very good, you have angered me. General Long let out an angry roar. As he roared, the two arms on his back exploded into a mist of blood. The burst of blood mist quickly landed on his body. Following that, his combat power soared crazily, especially when it was plated with a layer of blood-red luster. This cruel performance made Yi Tianyan frown, feeling that something was wrong. As expected, the next moment, General Long's battle power continued to soar to 300 billion. Suddenly, his battle power reached 3 trillion. He felt that battle power was not battle power, but a series of meaningless numbers. How did it increase so terrifyingly? However, Yi Tianyan could guess that it was something similar to burning one's essence blood. It was just that they were more ruthless to themselves, directly blowing up 2 arms. It seemed that the effect was not as simple as increasing their combat power. Combat power was just an estimate. As for what the situation was, he wasn't very clear. For example, increasing one's defense could also increase one's combat power, but it didn't mean that one could really crush the opponent after increasing one's combat power. How could he defeat his opponent if he only increased his defense? After the outburst, a bloodthirsty gaze shot out from his eyes, and the wand in his hand seemed to become strange. Go to hell! General Long roared angrily and continued to smash down. A roar came from the wand. Immediately, countless vengeful spirits flew out from it. Just like before, they completely locked down the space. At the same time, countless vengeful spirits tore towards him. Their speed was extremely fast, several times faster than before. After the outburst, all aspects of his strength had greatly increased. It was practically comparable to a divine skill. However, the side effects were definitely not small. With both arms blown up, he would definitely need to rest for a long time. Just as he was about to smash down, Yi Tianyan's figure flashed, and he easily teleported away from this locked space. Even if he increased his power, the space could still leave as he wished. This was the power of a divine skill. He could easily pass through the opponent's space without any pressure. He didn't know what the limit of this teleportation was, but it was fine as long as he could teleport now. Just as he appeared in a corner, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a thick stench drifted into his nose. His heart shook, and he hurriedly used the cooling god stone. Swish! In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in another area. However, just as he appeared, another figure appeared in front of him, swinging a red light at his waist. Go! Yi Tianyan's heart sank, and he teleported away again. However, when he appeared again, the red figure that seemed to be attached to him appeared in front of him again, swinging the red wand in his hand at him. If he was hit, he would definitely be heavily injured. Go again! Yi Tianyan knew that this red figure was none other than General Long. His speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was hard to believe. After the outburst, as long as he sensed General Long's reappearance, he would immediately attack. Under such circumstances, his cooling god stone was being used up rapidly. If this continued, all 10 cooldowns would be used up. He didn't have any spare cooling god stone, so he couldn't hold on for too long. It could even be said that it would be used up once every breath. How could he continue like this? After he teleported for the last time, he quickly put on the evil spirit set and threw out the heaven-devouring artifact at the same time. forming a thick shield around him. He also threw out the heavenly rock suppression tablet to defend in front of him. Boom! This time, the wand smashed over again, accompanied by a loud bang. Tianyin felt as if his internal organs were about to be moved away, and he was directly smashed away. The heaven-devouring artifact's shield could not even withstand for a second, and was completely smashed. Then it smashed into the heavenly rock suppression tablet, and the powerful defensive power of the tablet was also smashed by the wand. The remaining power slapped over, smashing into Tianyin's body. Humph! Tianyin was smashed upside down, and at the same time, tens of thousands of flying swords fell one after another, floating in the air as if they were ownerless. He immediately suffered some minor injuries, but overall it was still okay. If he had not replaced his equipment, he would have really been seriously injured by this smash. This power was really too terrifying. 3 trillion combat power, if not me, who else? He didn't expect to fail in the end. This General Long was really too powerful. Kill! Without the flying swords to block, they charged forward in a frenzy. How could the Dragon King and the mysterious old man stop them? Just the 3 demon gods alone were enough to make them suffer. Chapter 876. Many evil spirit race S rushed over, and just as they collided with the thick barrier, they immediately triggered the protection mechanism of the 3 realms. 10 stars blossomed with dazzling light, and a thick beam of light blasted out, easily killing the evil spirit race experts that rushed up. Even the Saint King stage evil spirit race experts were easily suppressed. The ancient Ming divine pagoda was equally violent. A terrifying suction force was released, sucking in those evil spirit race beings that were pouncing over. Then it used the strengthened sky lightning space to suppress and kill them. Even if the ancient Ming divine pagoda could not kill the evil spirit race immediately, it could still trap them inside. When that time came, they could slowly clear the area. However, there was no need for that. The descendants of the ancient Ming inside would help clean up the evil spirit race. It could be said that the ancient underworld divine pagoda was the safest, much safer than the 10 stars. However, in terms of lethality, the 10 stars were indeed stronger. It was a complete killing tool. This scene caused many of the evil spirit race S to retreat in fear. They never thought that the 3 realms would be able to unleash such a terrifying defense. Some of the evil spirit race S who turned to the mortal realm were also quickly suppressed. If he wanted to go to the mortal world, he still had to destroy the defenses of the netherworld and the heavenly realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to enter. Scram! A devil god roared and slapped down, sending the Dragon King flying. Golden light flickered on the Dragon King's body. He was barely able to block this attack, but he was unable to stop the many evil spirit race S. The other mysterious old man was in the same situation. He was repeatedly forced back, and he was pressured to the point of being unable to catch his breath. At the end of the day, their cultivation bases weren't at the heaven-defying level. Thus, they were easily suppressed by the 2 demon gods. It would be good enough if they didn't die, let alone defeat the 2 demon gods. There was only 1 demon god left, and it quickly slammed down towards the heaven realm. With a flip of his hand, his huge palm pressed down fiercely, colliding with the power that erupted from the 10 stars. Boom, boom, boom. The demon god's tyrannical power easily suppressed the power of the 10 stars. Regardless of whether it was the 10 stars or the ancient underworld divine pagoda, they were very effective against cultivators below the God King stage. However, they were not very effective against God Kings. The 2 divine artifacts were very shocking, but no matter how shocking they were, they could not easily kill a God King. Unless a God King used them, the effect would be different. A mere mid-grade divine artifact, Scram. The demonic god fighting with the 10 stars roared furiously, and a vast power pressed down, accompanied by a loud sound. The entire heaven realm shook, and all the cultivators inside were shocked. They felt that the end of the world was coming. Then the 10 stars fell from the sky like meteors. They fell from the sky and landed on the ground, creating 10 huge craters. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the 10 stars were extremely damaged, but they could still be used after being repaired. But now, there was really no way to suppress it and temporarily lost the ability to defend. When the cultivators of the heaven realm saw the changes in the sky, their expressions changed greatly. Among them, the faces of those who chose to leave the alliance immediately became incomparably ugly. Is this really an attack? When they saw the 10 stars being shot down, they knew how serious the situation was. There was definitely going to be a big attack. This time they all panicked and hurriedly said to their subordinates, "Quick, quick! Let's quickly communicate with the alliance and gather together to fight against the evil spirit race." "Lord, Lord, it's too late, look up." The guard pointed to the sky. Then he saw a lot of evil spirit race people descending from the sky. Among them, there were 7 or 8 Saint King Stage cultivators and many Spirit King Stage cultivators. As soon as they landed, they immediately began to devour the city. Some of them even destroyed the city first. For a time, the entire imperial capital fell into chaos. Some of them began to kill the evil spirit race people, but basically they were caught and devoured by the evil spirit race people. Not only did they not cause any damage to them, but they were also devoured by the evil spirit race people to replenish their energy. The heavenly king's face was pale. This terrifying power was beyond his imagination. Let's go. When the heavenly king wanted to escape, he saw the evil spirit race people in front of him. "Your cultivation is not bad. It will definitely be a great supplement to devour you." The evil spirit race people pounced on the heavenly king, waved their 8 arms behind them, grabbed the heavenly king, and then devoured him. The heavenly king couldn't even resist and was easily devoured by the evil spirit race people. At the moment of devouring, the heavenly king was filled with regret. Why did he do such a stupid thing? But there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were suppressed and devoured by the evil spirit race people. Not only the heavenly king here, but the other heavenly kings also panicked. They wanted to hurry to find the alliance, but they didn't have enough time to escape. The evil spirit race people devoured those with high cultivation first, so that they could replenish their energy. It was useless for them to regret. They were mercilessly devoured. Not only did they pay the price for their selfishness, but they were also irresponsible to their people, so they were all devoured by the evil spirit race. However, some of them still quickly fled to the alliance. After all, there were so many of them, and it was impossible for the evil spirit race to devour them all. They just devoured those with high cultivation first, which was a great supplement for them. On the other hand, the alliance was already prepared. When the evil spirit race people pounced on them, they immediately activated their ray and launched a fierce attack. The Spirit King Stage evil spirit race could be directly suppressed, and the Saint King Stage evil spirit race could be easily pinned down, waiting for the Saint King Stage evil spirit race to kill them. Quick, quick! The Yun Luo Divine Kingdom is under attack. Let's go and support them. One of the divine kingdoms that was not attacked immediately went to the Yun Luo Divine Kingdom through the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Yun Luo Divine Kingdom's territory and rushed towards the evil spirit race. The other divine kingdoms also did the same. They all followed their original strategy and supported the other divine kingdoms without any hesitation. The overall situation was still manageable. After all, there were many arrays arranged, and there were also many Saint King Stage powerhouses. With the help of the teleportation array, everything could be suppressed. This time, the divine kingdoms were fighting the enemies crazily. They did not fall into a crisis immediately. On the contrary, it was those who did not join the alliance who fell into a crisis immediately. They were not prepared at all, and they all thought that it would not happen. This was the result of arrogance. They were attacked one after another, and they basically fell into the enemy's hands. On the other hand, Yi Tianyan had already put on the longevity necklace and quickly recovered from his injuries. He first looked at the three realms, then looked at General Long, who was not far away.